All right, we are live. And jumping right into it, first, I want to say, sorry it took me so long to go live here. We were caught by surprise. This area up here was not even in the 2% tornado risk today. So definitely wasn't expecting this early on, but here we are, doing what we got to do. All right, so as you can see, there is some areas here. So this is a QLCS. This is a linear line here of storms. And as you can see, there is definitely some inflow starting to come into some of these storms. And this is why they're tornado warned. I wouldn't be surprised if this one down to the south got tornado warned. But as you can see, we've already had some reports here of tornadoes. One here observed a funnel in contact with the ground. What a weird way to word that. A funnel in contact with the ground. That would be a tornado. Then we have another report, tornado report here, just west of Burlington, Wisconsin. And then also another tornado report over near Pewaukee. Near Brookfield. This line has just moved, is just now moving through Milwaukee, as you can see. Definitely some pretty gusty winds. Not really seeing anything too tornadic with this one. Let me go down here to the correlation coefficient. Hello, Matthew, and hello, British Empire. How are you doing today? And it does seem like we might have something there. Let me bring this back. Sometimes it's hard to tell whether or not that is like an actual tornado on the ground, but it definitely looks like there's a CC drop there. Let me go look at the high res reflectivity. I don't know, but you know. Anyways, let's get everybody warned. It's in the path of the storm. St. Francis, Kudai, doing good. You forgot to change my name. What is your name? Oh, is it Liam? Why is your name the British Empire? The heck? South Milwaukee, Old Creek, and Oakwood. You guys are all in the path of this tornado warning. You need to be going into your safe spot. And for this one tornado warning down to the south, hello, Proxima. Thank you so much for keeping the eyes in the skies, especially when it comes to severe weather. No problem. Yeah, sorry it's a little bit late today. If you guys watched any of my previous forecasts, you know this wasn't in the tornado risk for today. So this is definitely a surprise that we've had 3 tornado reports up here, and also we have a damage report right here of a limb down 1.5 foot in diameter. A limb is down over near Waukesha. Let me change it. That's fine, whatever. I mean, yeah, you should probably change it. Just saying. But anyways, so down on the southern tornado warning, we got Caledonia, Wind Point, Racine, Stewart, Vant, Union Grove, Summers, Kenosha, and Bristol. And again, we have a couple areas here of rotation. Let me check the correlation coefficient here, see if we can see any debris being lofted with these storms. And it doesn't really appear to be. Oh, we do have some debris, look like some debris right here being lofted with this one. Let's see, that's there. And then that's, so this is a little bit ahead, so we have to keep an eye on this one. But regardless, if you live in this area, you need to be in your safe spot. Now look at these storms. Like, if you look at them, this is not what you would expect to see if you're dealing with tornado threat. I mean, these storms really aren't getting up there, but apparently there's enough mid-level and low-level shear that even if they can't get all the way up to the upper atmosphere with their convection, they are able to rotate and drop some tornadoes. So we're keeping an eye on it. Okay, Liam. That is the update up with this area. I do want to keep my eye on this one. So this is the newest update on the velocity scan. And you can see that there is some broader rotation here just south and east of Caledonia. Let's go back over to the correlation coefficient. So this right here would indicate some debris. So I'm going to wait until the next scan. It's in the right spot. We'll just say that. It's in the right spot. So we're going to keep an eye on that area. I'm just going to go down here, check out what's going on with the severe thunderstorm warning. So we got about 60 mile per hour gust with the tornado possible tag on it. So again, you know, if you live in any of these areas, you need to be taking this seriously. This line is rotating. You know, they have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About 5 to 6 possible quick spin up storms here. They're all building an inflow. When that happens, they start to rotate. What state are these warnings in? This is in Wisconsin and northern Illinois. Or I guess it's not necessarily in Illinois yet, but you know, the line is in Illinois. So we're gonna have to watch Illinois and Wisconsin right now. I thought today that the threat would be mainly down here, but we don't even have any severe thunderstorm warnings down here yet, but they will. I mean, as you can see, this line is wait for this to load. This line is slowly starting to move into this little 2% risk area right here. So we are gonna have to watch this as we move forward into the day, but right now all the focus is up here where we've had now 4 tornado reports. So and another report from Mping, 3-inch trees, limbs down, power lines broken. Estimated winds up to 50 to 60 miles per hour. I didn't spell Wisconsin correct in the description. Thank you. Oh, you're right. I forgot the C. Sorry, I was rushing this morning trying to get started. It's like I said, I got caught by surprise by these tornado warnings. I'm sure most people did, especially if they live up in this area. No one was really forecasting any tornadoes up here. Interesting. How many storm chasers are out there? Do we know of? I don't think any. I don't know. I think even I don't think Reed or Brandon or Vince or Andrew or anybody's up there. Paying close attention in Ohio later, especially the northeast area, Cleveland and parts east. Yeah, I mean, you guys, I think so. Let's go. Well, let's just go again and warn these people one more time in between these scans. But if you live in South Milwaukee, Old Creek, Caledonia, Wind Point, Racine, Sturtevant, Somers, and Kenosha and Bristol. Again, this is in Wisconsin. If you live in these areas, you need to be in your safe spot. We got a concerningly rotating line here that has dropped some tornadoes already. So I want all y'all to be in your safe spots. You only have to be in there, you know, for probably about 30 minutes. So 30 minutes for the rest of your life. So I would take it personally. But let's zoom out here. We'll keep the tornado warnings in frame. But this right here, this is the 2% tornado risks, and that's for, and this is going to be later on today. The storms are actually already firing down in Arkansas here. Some of them have been severe warned for today, but they're not currently severe warned as of right now. But that line is supposed to start to organize as it goes through Memphis and Jackson, Tennessee, and northwest Mississippi here. And yeah, so you know, we're going to be watching this area as well later on in today, where it could be pretty similar as it was up here in Milwaukee. This is kind of what we're expecting. You know, this line of storms to form and congeal down here in the south. The main threat is going to be hail, and it's going to be damaging winds. But there is potential for these quick little spin up tornadoes, and that's what we're seeing up here in the north. Okay. Am I in the 2%? I'm close to it. Actually, yes, I am in the 2%. So that's something that we'll do later. I mean, it's not supposed to go over my area until late night. I don't think I'm going to be live until 1 a.m. But I may, you know, if it comes close and it looks interesting, or if there is a tornado warning, I might spontaneously go live, but on my phone, and do a quick little live stream as it passes. Who knows? Just depends on what the timing is. Hello, Blondie. Welcome. Glad to see you. Put this in motion. pop this back a little bit more. Yeah, unexpectedly active up here. That is for sure. And this is I think this is a great teaching moment right here. To never take a model's word, as accurate, I guess, because you just they get stuff wrong all the time, and I'm I think that they're a good estimate or a guide into what things can do, but they're never completely accurate. And especially when you're teetering on the edge of some of these events, where it could go a little bit higher or it could go a little bit lower, and that difference can make a big difference. I mean, this wasn't supposed to be tornadoes at all, but it was kind of teetering on the edge there, or where it could be. And since it is a little bit stronger, we ended up getting 4 tornado reports so far. And so I really think I'm going to start, every time that I talk about models, like the weather models, I think I'm going to start branding it as imperfect models or something. Let's look at the flawed models or something, because I want people to have an understanding that these aren't perfect from the very get-go, and I want them to associate that the models aren't perfect as soon as I say it, because it just because there isn't a tornado risk over in your area, which is not. I mean, we zoom out here, look, 2%'s down here, but we've already had 4 tornado reports up here. It's kind of crazy. Let me turn off this METAR data. It's probably getting in the way a little bit. I had that on for Hurricane Ian. That storm is no more, thankfully. All right, so let's see here. Is there anybody that can come out of their safe spot? Let's go check the velocities here. I mean, even if there isn't a tornado on the ground, I mean, we still got some pretty decent winds, upwards to 40, upwards to 50 in some spots. So, not seeing anything super concerning on the rotations right now. Let's go into the correlation coefficient. There is, these little things keep popping up here, and these could potentially be tornadoes with debris on the ground. I mean, they're not looking too crazy on velocities, right? You go over to velocities. I mean, you can see this inflow come in, but typically you would want to see a little bit tighter and a little bit stronger of a couplet with these storms, and we're currently not seeing that. But when you go over to the correlation coefficient and look for the debris, it does seem to be these little tiny brief spin-ups that they keep appearing. So I do want everybody, still in front of this storm to be in their safe spots. Again, that is Bristol, Kenosha, Summers, Sturtevant, Racine, Wind Point. And up here, let me check up here. Sorry, I know this isn't the prettiest radar. Okay, yeah, so everybody up here though, just south of Milwaukee, near Milwaukee Mitchell International Airport, South Milwaukee, Old Creek, the line is past you. Maybe if you're in this extreme southeast corner near South Chicago Road, you should probably still be in your safe spot, but everybody else north of that, you're good to at least come out of your safe spot. I still don't want you going outside. There's probably lightning associated with these storms. And look here, wow, you can actually really see the inflow into this storm. And there definitely is some rotation with that. You're gonna go eat. All right. Not seeing though any CC drop with that. I think the CC, unfortunately, although it's not the best thing to look at, it is gonna be probably what I go back to the most here, as we do have. It is gonna give us indication of whether or not that there is debris. So when you get these yellow and greens and blue colors here, it usually indicates that there is some debris being lofted into the air. Now, whether that's just leaves. It could just be leaves caused by the gust front, or, sometimes it could be dust. Sometimes it can even be hail. But as of right now, we're going to treat these two areas like they are on the ground tornadoes. And I still want everybody in the path of the storm in their safe spot. Now, one thing I do want to check here. What was I gonna do? I might have to do that later. I wanted to see if we could get some eyes on these storms while we're in between scans. So every radar scan, there is approximately 2 to 5 minutes in between the scans, which gives me a little bit of time to do stuff in the back end here. I want to try to see if I can find a webcam that's nearby. Okay, so let me send this to myself via Gmail, and then I can get back up here onto the computer. And then we'll work on that. We'll probably work on webcams for the southeast, because these storms are about to go over into the Great Lakes here. Hello, Sam. Hi, Sherry. Welcome back. Welcome back. But Union Grove, Twin Lakes, Caledonia, you guys can all come out of your safe spots, but I don't want you outside as of right now. Kenosha, Somers, Sturtevant, Racine, Windpoint, I still want you in your safe spot. Let's go look at this. Looks like the debris being lofted in the air has, for the most part, stopped. There might still be, let me check, let me put this in motion here. There does appear to still be some near Mount Pleasant. This might end up being a confirmed tornado right here, because let me bring this out to here. So this is the kind of radar we use to spot debris being lofted. It measures the size of the raindrops and the stuff that's in the air. And as you can see, we had it start off over here south of Thompsonville, and as I move it forward, you can see it's still there, it's still there. It's not as strong, so it might have lifted, and this could still be this debris being blown by the winds. But we're just gonna treat it like there's a tornado on the ground. So I definitely want Racine or Racine. It's either Racine or Racine. How's Northern Illinois looking? Northern Illinois, which is right here. As of right now, there is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. So far, we haven't spotted any debris with this one or anything yet. There is some broad rotation down there. If we go over to the rotation, there's definitely some broad rotation with this one. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that one to see what it does as it moves forward. But as of right now, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds. So I definitely don't want you guys being near your windows down here. Round Lake, Grace Lake, Lindenhurst, Gurney, North Chicago. Yeah, that's north of Chicago. North Chicago, Waukegan, and Zion. It'll be interesting to see what this line does as it gets to Chicago. Hopefully nothing. Hopefully it doesn't do anything. We don't need any crazy severe thunderstorms in Chicago, let me tell you that. But yeah, so this is what we're paying attention to as of right now. Let me just zoom out here just to make sure we're not getting tunnel vision. I don't like, sometimes I get focused on storms. Okay, we're good. This is the only severe weather as of right now. You're in Schaumburg, Illinois, but I know people up there. Okay, well, if you know people up there, make sure you're sharing the stream to them, and because I'll make sure that they're safe. Or post it on your Facebook. But I will definitely, if you bring them over here, I'll definitely make sure that they know exactly what's going on for you. No problem. Watcher here, saw this channel mentioned on Reed Timmer's chat. Who did that? Who mentioned this channel and Reed Timmer's channel? If you did that, please show yourself, because we don't want to be doing that. I don't want people going into Reed Timmer's chat and saying that kind of stuff, because this is exactly what happens. You know, it pulls viewers from Reed Timmer, which is not cool. So whoever did that, please let me know. Rob, if you could tell me who came in there and said that, let me know. Because we gotta respect other streamers. Like, what if all of Reed Timmer's viewers came into my stream and they were like, "Hey, Reed Timmer's streaming," and then everybody left and went over there? That's not cool. He had a glitch on his channel, though. Oh, well, I still don't think, I don't know. I still don't think that that's cool, because he could come back. Anyways, don't do that. You guys know. Okay, MJ. Anyways, back over to the severe weather. Going over to the correlation coefficient, we're still seeing this little CC drop. Now, you know, I can't guarantee that this is on the ground or not. It appears to be, but it could have lifted, and this could be just be the debris blowing in the wind here. But I still want Crestview, Wind Point, Racine, Kenosha, Pleasant Prairie, Tobin, all in their safe spots still. Did you miss anything? Not yet, Liam. There's still tornadoes. So, okay, it does look like that debris signature has gone away now. I'm not seeing any. Let me look at the rotation here. Yeah, there's definitely still, you know, these little pockets of these little spin ups, this little rotation still ongoing here, really all the way down this line. So we're definitely gonna have to keep our eye on that. So let's put this in motion as I wait. I do want to check here. Do we have any eyes on this storm? We might. I mean, this is a semi-populated area. There could be... What did I do? Okay. I go over here. Does it look like the tornado in Milwaukee is over? Yes. Oops. I don't know why that's frozen there. Keep that going. The tornado in Milwaukee is gone. It's over the Great Lakes. How close is Lola to these storms? She lives in Madison, so just off to the west there near Sun Prairie. She lives around Madison. There is 3 observed indicators on Weather app. Yeah, there's 5 on mine. So those little red circles there with the black triangles pointing down, those are all observed tornadoes. Or tornado reports, I'll say. Doesn't mean that that necessarily was a tornado, but it does mean that someone reported and said that they think that there was a tornado. The only way we'll know if those are tornadoes for sure is when the NWS goes out there and does a survey. So I'm looking here. You know, we actually do have a webcam there in Kenosha. Yeah, look at it off screen here. Just to see if I'm seeing anything. Yeah, it's rainy. A little too late. That's okay. Not gonna catch them all. You're on the Snapchat map. Interesting. Didn't see your name mentioned on the channel while I was there. I was watching him until I saw your notification pop. His computer froze, but he's still streaming, as I saw. Okay. Thank you for the update, Alicia. I appreciate that. All right. Just gonna see if we have another update here. Yeah, it does seem like that little debris signature that we were watching that went through Mount Pleasant, there is a tornado report that happened on it. Oh, wow. Okay, so we have a lot of damage reports up here, too. So let's go check these out. Trees down on 67th and Harrison and 65th and Cleveland Ave. This is near West Allis, Wisconsin. Let's go up here. Okay, so this is those power poles that were down. You know, I want to go check on something here. Let me put this over here. Wow, hold on. So that's 1, 2, that's 6 tornado reports. Wow. That's nuts. That's nuts. Because, like I said, this wasn't even in a tornado risk today. But obviously, that was wrong. That's why we use models as guidance, but we definitely don't take their word for 100% accurate. Okay, so what was I gonna do again? I totally forgot. I was gonna do something. So a new update here. Sturdivant, Somers, if you live like right next to Kenosha Regional Airport, you guys can all come out of your safe spots. Mount Pleasant, you can come out of your safe spot, but I want you to be careful. I saw a debris signature near you, and that was someone did report that tornado. So I want you can come out of your safe spot, but I want you to be careful going outside, as there could be debris or power lines down. Wind Point, you can come out of your safe spot. Racine, I still want you in there. Kenosha, Pleasant Prairie, and Tobin, I still want you in your safe spots as of right now. You never know, exactly. Right. Yeah, it's really hard as a meteorologist because, you know, you're looking at all of this data, the dropsons, the models, the temperatures, the dew points, the shear, lower and higher. You're looking at all these different things, and, you know, all of that information is coming from models. Like most of what models do is they connect the dots from the data that we're getting from the ground and through these small little areas across the nation. But it's not measuring the entire atmosphere. And that's why, they're just never accurate. They are never like 100% accurate. And like, even like up to the day itself. So, you know, it's tough because there's just a lack of data. That's the main problem. You know, it's not that meteorologists are stupid or anything. It's just there's a lack of data for them to gather enough information to make accurate predictions. And so they have to use these models that kind of bridge the gap in between these data. And they can give their best guess. But, you know, that's the thing. It is a guess. You know, no meteorologist can tell you 100%, you know, what's going to happen the next day. Let's see here. Does look like this line is starting to disorganize a little bit. Definitely not really seeing those kind of rotation couplets that we were seeing earlier. Let me check the CC just to make sure we don't have any surprises. But I still want, you know, Kenosha to be in their safe spot. And Pleasant Prairie. Let's go. I want to see if there's anything reported on Twitter. Let's see here. Lots of people tweeting about the tornado warnings, which is always good. You always like to see people, you know, the fact that they got the warning or they heard it, you know. Some places they don't even, like in Gaylord, Texas, when they had that EF3, they don't even have a tornado siren in that city. I'll put this in motion for y'all, which is crazy. And blown off the side of the road from a fast pop-up tornado that wasn't warned ahead of time about a year ago. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was probably one of those QLCS tornadoes. Which you're lucky it was, in a way. because usually those ones are brief and not as strong. But I am glad you are okay. That sounds like an extremely scary experience. I've seen a couple tornadoes myself, but I put myself in the path of them. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people on Twitter talking about the tornado warning, but so far, not really seeing any confirmed reports of like, hey, I saw this tornado, I got a picture of it. So, you know, maybe some of these reports are just like people reporting funnel clouds. I don't know. You'd think somebody would have at least posted. It looks like we got a guy over here. Let me oh wow. So we do have a small report that I can show you guys. Let's go over here. Let me bring this over here. Make sure we're there. Okay. And then here we go. So there's just some wind and some leaves being blown. This is another thing to keep in mind. You know, there's a lot of leaves right now that are ready to come off of trees. And leaves are going to show up in the correlation coefficient as a CC drop. So this could be actually, especially up in the northern areas, you know, a day for a lot of radar indicated tornadoes, as we're going to get more leaves blown around by these storms. But man, look at all of that. That looks crazy, but I don't think the winds are really blowing that strong. It's just, you know, the leaves they're dying, fall's coming, and they're getting, you know, they're getting that final little push to fall off the trees before winter. So interesting. We'll have to keep that in mind as we go forward. Wait, did I? Oh, I didn't transition. Shoot, I'm sorry. I gotta figure out a button for that. Or we're gonna do it old style for today, because I gotta get a button for that. Okay, let me show this to you guys again. Sorry about that. Okay, I just did all that and none of y'all. But yeah, as you can see here, this is the wind, and as you can see, it's what's going on here? Why isn't it showing? Hold on. Little technical difficulties here. This is the news report. Okay, I see what the problem is. Give me 5 seconds here to fix this. First of all, I'm gonna bring this over here. This is what we need, right? More technical difficulties. Okay, I turned that down for y'all. Okay, where is the display capture? There we are. Okay. I don't know why that wasn't on. It usually always is. Okay. So let's give this another go here. Is it working? Should be. Yes, okay. So, again, as you can see, with this storm, the winds aren't really that high with it. You know, the trees really aren't moving that much. I would say it's like around 30 to 40 mile per hour, maybe. But the leaves, because, you know, it is fall, like I said earlier, you know, they're ready to fall off the trees. And so it looks like they're getting like hurricane force winds, but in reality, they're really not. And these leaves, they would show up as a debris signature on the map. So I'm wondering if some of these tornadoes weren't actually tornadoes and just a lot of leaves getting blown up, or blown by this weak wind. That looks like, it looks pretty crazy, but it's not. That's the thing. There's a lot of dead leaves out there, y'all. A lot of dead leaves. Let me I'll retweet that. Good shot. I think that was a teaching moment there or not a teaching moment, but, you know, definitely valuable information that guy got. Even though, you know, it wasn't like tornado or anything, it definitely was nice. Golly. Sorry, guys, I'm a little bit rusty. But going back over here, yeah, the velocity is definitely calming down, or the like rotation on these storms are definitely calming down. Not really seeing any more organization on the bottom side here. Kenosha, you can come out of your safe spot. Pleasant Prairie, you can come out of your, like, everybody that's in the tornado warning can now come out of their safe spot. You know, as you can see, that part of the line has moved off. We still have this severe thunderstorm warning, and there's still some pretty elevated winds, as you saw in that video. And that's going to start moving through North Chicago over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, after this is done, I'm pretty sure that's it. Oh, no. We have another severe thunderstorm warning down here in Little Rock. Let's go check this one out. Kind of in a weird spot here. Yeah, this is the line that we're going to be watching as the day progresses here. It's supposed to start picking up as it goes through Memphis. It's supposed to congeal into a little bit of a stronger, more linear line as we go forward. So we'll have to see what exactly happens here. But it does seem like we do have a severe thunderstorm warning down here with about 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds just south of Mayflower. And yeah, I can definitely see that hail on radar right now. So, you know, if you live in Mayflower, let's see, what is the motion? The motion of the storm. It is going just directly due east here. So if you live in Camp Joseph, Cato, Saltillo, Bologna, Canongate, Addition, Macon, Little Rock Air Force Base, all you guys just need to be indoors, away from windows. Don't want to be outside during the storm. And, you know, just over to the north and east of this, there is some very, very heavy rain, possibly some smaller hail here with some of these storms near Searcy, Bald Knob, Augusta, Harrisburg. And this is all in northeastern Arkansas, by the way. Northeastern Arkansas. Let's move down the line here and just see what we're dealing with. So over here in Tennessee, just north of Covington, Brownsville, and Humboldt, going down towards Lexington, you do have these storms starting to pop up. This is going to be that cold front, and it is starting to make its way into what is supposed to be today's tornado risk zone. This is where the tornadoes are supposed to happen, down here, not up here, but we'll see. We'll see what happens up there. I'm really wondering, though, if some of those, you know, dead leaves that came off those trees might have caused a couple of, like, thank you, Shannon. Might have caused a couple of those, you know, debris signatures to pop up on radar. But let's keep going down the line here. It's like upwards in Kentucky, we have light to moderate rain. Near Radcliffe, we have, or west of Radcliffe, we have light and moderate rain. But over here near Lexington, we have some kind of more discrete storms here. Go here. They're not really rotating, which is good. I have to keep an eye on these. As a shear environment for this storms going forward, there's really going to be all around here can support small, brief tornadoes. So anything that really pops up ahead of this line in the warm front, which would be these storms right here, we're going to have to keep our eye on those. See if there's any more. Oh, my power went out a little bit right before stream, which kind of sucked. I was like, oh no, am I not going to be able to stream? Okay, all the tornado warnings, by the way, have been allowed to expire. We currently have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. So it looks like we might have gotten a new one over here in northern Illinois. Let me, no, this is the same one. Yeah, it does seem like this line is doing what it should have done, which is being weak but gusty. This is kind of what we were expecting out of this line. Not all of these tornadoes. So sometimes storms can surprise you. Tell you that. Even with all the tools we have today. All right, so this is moving through. Yeah, I mean, there's still like 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, gusting upwards to 60 miles per hour. So yeah, I mean, if you live in North Chicago, Waukegan, Zion, Gurney, I want you guys to be inside, away from the window. But other than that, you know, you're good. No tornado warning. So just be inside and you'll be fine. It's the cheat. It's a cheat code for severe thunderstorm warnings. All right, so I'm gonna zoom this out a little bit. I'm gonna press play. Guys, stay tuned. I'm just gonna go use the restroom. It's gonna take like 15 minutes. So I'll be right back. Did I say 15 minutes? Sorry, 15 seconds. All right. So, here's what I want to do next. Oh my goodness, we got a bot in the chat. Wait, did I not? Hold on, let me hide that user. Every now and then. You know, it's never a bot for anything wholesome. It's always a bot for something bad. All right, so the next thing that I want to do is I want to zoom out here. And if you're watching this stream right now, if you live in Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, or West Virginia, now is your time to speak up and let me know as we can go over the models here, kind of get a guide on what these storms are going to be doing later on. So 2 times the body rate takes some time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. I don't know why I said 15 minutes. I just said Ohio here. All right, let's go look at Ohio then for old proxy. All right, let's go over here. So here are your current conditions over in Ohio. Looks like you got some. Looks like it's not too bad as of right now. I don't even see any rain. Do you even have clouds? Let's go over here to the models here. Go over to the HRRR. Do not want that on my stream. Okay, so over in Ohio. Let's move this back here. Okay, so as of right now, it's calm, but it's the calm before the storms in Ohio. As I move this forward, it does seem like those storms in Kentucky are going to start making their way up north. That's the warm front, by the way, in front of the cold front. It looks like a lot of scattered showers, some stronger storms in southern Ohio. So we're going to have to watch those. So that's near Columbus, Lancaster, Chicolet. Well, I don't want to really call it the cities because, like I said, these models are super. Not super, but they are sometimes inaccurate. So I don't want to give you the wrong information here, but it does give us a general sense on the timing, which is around. Let's see. Yeah, so about right after 6, then going to 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock, and then around 11. So basically from 6 to 11 p.m. is... Oh, thank you, Fabian, for subscribing. You're in Northeast Ohio, just east of Cleveland. Okay. Let's go back here. Yes, this model is saying that, you know, for the most part, you'll be pretty good here going into the end of the day here, but you know, like I've been saying with the models, they are pretty inaccurate sometimes. So we're gonna keep an eye, definitely be weather aware, but you are out of the tornado risk, which means nothing today because so are these guys, and we have 6 tornado reports. So I think we're just going to have to be weather aware all day. I think that's the plan. So that would be my advice, but that is kind of the look of what some of these storms are going to look like as we go into the future here. You might start to get some more heavier rain by 11, which there could be some thunder there. So you might get some thunder that wakes you up from your sleep if you're sleeping then. Yeah, that's the latest there. No problem. No problem. Looks like the severe thunderstorm just north of Arkansas. The warning has been allowed to expire. We might get a brief lull here as these, as you know, this area up here, there's no tornado warnings. That's moved over into the Great Lakes. And then this is the only, I think, severe thunderstorm warning. Let me look. Yeah, this is the only severe thunderstorm warning left. Let's go look at it. I think this one's closer, actually. And to be honest, it's you know, it was stronger earlier, but I don't think that it is too concerning. And I still want, you know, North Chicago, Lake Forest, Lake Buff to be inside. Definitely don't want to be outside during this. I'm part-timer Northeast Alabama, Gadsden, and North Florida. So your conditions for today, or as of right now, is if you are you in Northeast Alabama or are you in Florida currently? Because we can go over your area too. I might do a zoom out since we don't really have much going on. We're going to go over the models for the entire United States and give timing for everybody that could potentially be in the path of today's weather. Alabama, okay. So, this is the current conditions. According to the HRRR model, this is what it is currently as we move forward here. You can see that this line continues to be disorganized up here near Michigan. Storms to note, there are some storms to note here in Kentucky and western, Tennessee. And then we're going to continue to have some of this heavier rain traveling along this cold front here into southern Alabama, upwards into Birmingham. Actually, looks like it's not going to hit Birmingham, so I take that back. But it does look like some of these storms are a little bit more discreet than yesterday's models near Memphis. So we have to keep an eye on that. And also in Arkansas. Tupelo, Mississippi here. Okay. Tupelo, that is right there. Yeah. Okay. So remember, you are near this little yellow road there, just directly south of Jackson. Again, you know, the model is not perfect here on these placements. It does look like, you know, if this happens, let me, if we do get like this bowing segment here, this could be some pretty intense winds going through southern Tennessee, all the way, looks like, yeah, all the way through southern Tennessee and scraping just the top of Alabama and Georgia there. I have to keep an eye on that, and those kind of bowing segments can bring, you know, increased winds, you know, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and they can have some of those QLCS spin-ups in them, which are the brief, small tornadoes. which is why there is a 2% risk for everybody. This little green outline here, this is the 2% risk, which basically means you have a 2% chance of a tornado within a 25-mile, or a 2% chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius of anybody in this. So, for instance, if you live, let's say, Jackson, Tennessee here, that means within a 25-mile-per-hour radius, get this, okay, so anywhere in this area, you have a 2% risk of seeing a tornado. Small tornado, most likely, if I had to guess. Which is really all we do here. But anyways, zooming back out, let's go back over the model here. But yeah, we do have that heavier rain moving into southern Ohio. Now, some of those cells are looking a little bit more discrete now, but it looks like they congeal there in Ohio. Kentucky, you have, so Kentucky is right here, near Kentucky there. It looks like you have a stronger line move through. That could be a Boeing line, it looks like. Looks like that's gonna be the, kind of the story of this. And again, we're up in the 8 p.m. hour, 7 p.m. Here, let me do something real quick for y'all. Look up here. See here? This is, again, or this is, wait, can I not circle that? Oops. Right above this arrow, that is the time. That is in Central Time, by the way. So if you live in the Eastern United States, you know, subtract an hour. But this is Central Time, and this is Wednesday, this is today, and this is a model run if you're just tuning in. But, so, looks like Memphis, you might get a double whammy here. Let me go back. So yeah, we have these stronger storms move through Memphis. That's really going to be when they're at their peak strength, I think. And then as it moves on to the west, it could bow out into a damaging wind event there, just north of Huntsville, going into Chattanooga and Knoxville. No tornado is small. I don't want to see it or be in one. Yeah, so when I say small tornado, I mean relatively speaking. But yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. No tornado is small. The impacts, if there is a tornado, are always big to the people that are affected by it. So I agree with you there. 100%. But then, you know, South Arkansas around 9 p.m. Let's go back. So Arkansas's threat is really going to be like from 5 p.m. forward here, going into the overnight hours, and then that bottom part of that line starts moving into Louisiana right over in the overnight hours around 2 a.m. And then for Mississippi, after this line moves through Mississippi, it looks like it gets weak for a little bit, but then it's going to strengthen back up as it moves through northern down into central Mississippi. It's kind of the same story for everybody. Same with Huntsville. Around 10 p.m., you know, the northern Alabama, all the way down into Birmingham, we're going to have these little clusters of hail and damaging winds, and the potential for brief tornadoes. So was there any tornadoes confirmed? Tornadoes up in Wisconsin. As of right now, I don't think, I haven't seen any videos or photos or anything. I searched a little bit earlier. But going up over here, these are the reports though. So these are just tornado reports. There's not a lot of information on them. We did see some correlation coefficient drops, which means debris lofted. But one thing that I did see on Twitter was there was some pretty hefty winds moving through this one city in Wisconsin, and it was blowing a bunch of those almost dead leaves off a tree, which, you know, on radar that's gonna look like a debris signature. So to me, I think it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how many of these confirms. They could all confirm. You know, the debris signatures looked very classic, you know, brief spin-up tornado in northeastern Wisconsin. So, you know, It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. We do have some also damage reports. Let's see if any of these tornado reports are like tied. So the only one that I can see that's really tied to any remarks here is one near Whitewater, Wisconsin. Observed rotation. Oh, okay. This is the one that was a funny, or not funny, but a weird way to word it. Observed rotation / condensation funnel in contact with the ground. Which, if this turns out to be true, would be a tornado. But, you know, I feel like the wording kind of indicates that the person thought that it could have been like an SLC, which is a scary looking cloud, and it was scraping the ground. I just don't know why you would call it a funnel in contact with the ground. So that's kind of weird. Typically, they just say tornado. Because a funnel, if it's in contact with the ground, is a tornado. So at the very least, whoever this was, probably doesn't have a lot of experience in reporting storms, but, you know, we definitely appreciate them being out there and reporting on the storms for us. Thank you, Jonathan Moore, for subscribing. Hey, that reminds me, if you're just tuning in, please consider subscribing. We're trying to hit 700 subscribers. That's our next goal. We just hit 600. You know, our ultimate goal is to get to 1,000 because then we can monetize the channel, and I can do this more full time instead of having to DoorDash. But as of right now, the goal today is 700, so, you know, if I'm helping you out in any way, please consider subscribing, because I do this all the time. Really enjoy your channel. You're right about... I wouldn't say I'm right about everything. Definitely gonna be wrong a lot. But, you know, that is the whole nature of, you know, trying to predict something when there's not a lot of data. But as of right now, check this out. 0 severe thunderstorm warnings. Look at that. So let's go look at these damage reports. We have trees down near West Allis. We had limbs broken, shingles blown off near Milwaukee. We had a 3-inch tree limbs broken with power poles broken and estimated. Never estimations. I don't like estimations. I like hardcore data. More power lines down near Delavan. Let me go look at the power outages here. Power outages. I'll bring it over so we can all look at it together. I'm assuming we're going to see a couple. Yes. So let me bring this up. Hey, another subscriber. I think Jonathan Moore. Oh, okay. That just was Stream Elements being late. Okay, so here are the power outages. Oh wow, we still have power outages in Puerto Rico. Wow, so this is from Tropical Storm and then Hurricane Fiona a couple weeks back. They're still dealing with power outages there. It's 23,000. Only 5,000 people without power in Florida. Look at that. They almost got all the power outages taken care of here in Florida, and obviously those power outages were caused by Hurricane Ian. Over here in Wisconsin, where these storms have been coming through, we have 22,000 people without power in Wisconsin. So that's Kenosha County, Racine County, Waukesha County, Milwaukee County, Washington County has a little bit, Green Lake has a little bit, and Washara County have a little bit. I don't know why there's power outages in California, but I feel like there's just always power outages in California. 12,000 power outages. I would assume that's because they're still dealing with some decent heat over there. Thanks for doing your community a great service. No problem. No problem. We will always be here for you guys. All right, so yeah, looks like we're in this little lull period here. Let me go back over to the real radar here, just so no one gets confused if they're just joining. Oh my goodness. These freaking chatbots, man. YouTube really needs to do something about that. Ethan Richmond, thank you for the subscription. I really appreciate that. This is the real radar here, and as of right now, as you can see, not a lot's going on. But we are expecting these storms to pick up in strength as the day moves on here. Let's kind of like just zoom out here just for kicks. Subscriber only keeps the bot at bay. I don't know. I've always debated about subscriber only. I just like, I feel, I don't know. Because like there's one part of me that's like, well, I am doing, you know, free broadcasts for everything. The least they can do is subscribe. But then there's the other part of me where I'm like, but that's kind of like, you know, it's like requiring somebody to do something to see the stream, and maybe not everybody knows how to turn on or how to subscribe, and so maybe some people wouldn't be allowed in chat, and they could have some questions, and it could will Southeast Texas get tornadoes or storms today? It's possible. I don't think so. I do know that we've had some like moisture up in this area, but we can go look at it really quickly for you. Rainy? Is it Rainy or Ronnie Phillips? We'll go take a quick look at it for you, just to, if you got any anxiety, we can clear that up for you real quick. Rainy. Ooh, I like that. That's a cool name. So yeah, East Texas completely dry all throughout the day. Is it going to be stormy in Alabama? Yes, Regina, it is going to be stormy in Alabama pretty much all day today. And going into the overnight hours is when we're probably going to see some of the more severe storms over here. Let me run this model back just so you could see, you know, where you are location in relation to what this model is saying. So if I move this forward, you can see that in Alabama you have some heavier storms move through Montgomery, south of Montgomery, and then in North Alabama you see we might have this little bow segment which could bring some heavier winds to northern Alabama. And then after that initial rain moves through, we're going to have another line pick up here, and that's going to travel pretty much throughout the entire state of Alabama, with the biggest threat for damaging winds and hail probably in the Birmingham area and just south of Birmingham, going into the overnight hours. And we're talking timings here, so like 9 p.m. for the worst parts up here in northern Alabama through 12 a.m. and then Birmingham is going to be like 12 to 2 a.m. and then going into Montgomery it's going to be about 3 to 5 a.m. So that is the timing for you. Thanks. Problem. Could you do future model for the whole US real fast? Sure, why not? I mean, we're already here. Oops. We'll do the NAM so we can see a little bit further into the future here. Here's the entire United States. We're just gonna let this run. Let me make sure it's all the way ready. Okay, cool. So if I press play here, see, this is that low pressure system, and it's gonna bring all of that cooler air. Actually, so we're gonna go through all the fun stuff here really quick. Be safe, Alabama. I actually live in Alabama. So I would not be surprised if I'm still alive when some of these bigger storms come through. I would probably lose power. I actually lost power before the stream today, and there wasn't even really any like severe storms. Like, it wasn't bad at all, and my power went out, but that's just because my electric company sucks. But yeah, so here's that low pressure system bringing in that rain and everything that we just kind of went over. This is the broad view here, and we're going to switch this over to the dew point. So dew points are the moisture mainly that's in the atmosphere. Michigan. Well, you know, now that we're over here, Let me go back over to the composite reflectivity for you. Up there in Michigan, we'll go through the timing for you as well. Why not? Kiko is sunny. That's a cool name too. We got rainy and sunny in the chat. Y'all can be friends. Don't be enemies. Georgia is streaming this morning. He lost power too for like 2. Yeah, that happens. It's not really anything to do mainly with like the storm itself. It's. I mean, obviously, if there was no storms and no wind, you know, people wouldn't randomly lose power. But all right, so here we are upwards in Michigan. And it does seem like we're going to get some, you know, this line that just moved through Wisconsin that caused those tornadoes. It's going to move through Michigan. So I am going to have a little bit more of an elevated eye, I'm going to say, on Michigan, just to make sure initially that these don't spin up like they did before. I'm not expecting them to. But, you know, I was not expecting, to be fair, them to do it in Wisconsin. So at around, let's see here. Yeah, at around 2 to 3 p.m., it starts to go through Traverse City, you know, Grand Rapids area. And then 4 to 6, it moves through central Michigan, and then into Flint by around 6. And then by around 7 to 8, that's when the severe threat's going to stop. And then it looks like it might pick up on the back edge here, near Grand Rapids and Traverse City again, around 11 p.m. And that line should dissipate pretty quickly, as it looks like it's getting some of that heating from the lake there, and then it kind of dissipates as it moves over land. We'll have to keep an eye on it. I'm not sure if I'll be live that late. What I might do is take a break and then come back later, like end the stream and then come back later. But I'm gonna be up here for probably like another hour or 2. Because I am expecting it to start getting, you know, a little bit more crazy. But let's do a little teaching moment for y'all here really quick. So this is the composite reflectivity. So this is what it should look like on radar. But here, we're going to go into why. Like, why is this all happening? What's causing it? I'm sure if you're weather aware kind of person and you watch weather streamers, you already kind of have a good understanding of how these storms happen, but there might be some people in here that don't. So all of these grays over here, this like brownish gray into darker gray, almost black, that's the dry air. And so that low pressure system, the low pressure system that's up in this area is bringing this dry air down. Just like this. And this happens for every low pressure system, because every low pressure system spins counterclockwise, right? And so that's bringing this cooler air around in the backside, and then it brings this warmer air up the front side here. This warmer, moist air. So these greens are more like greens going into blue. So it goes light green, darker green, light blue, darker blue, and then into purple. Purple is the most moisture. But yeah, so the dry air comes through, it interacts with this moist and warmer air, and that causes lift in the atmosphere, which creates these thunderstorms. And so if you're looking to try to find out, man, is there, you know, how do I predict this? You know, what are the things I need to look for, at least for just storms to happen? This is usually a good indicator when you have a lot of these this dry, cooler air running in to the warm, moist air. Yes, lift and shear. Yes, you do need shear as well. But we're not going over that right now. But we'll move on to that right now. Why not? Shear is a little bit more complicated to understand. So I like when people look at shear maps, like just the general, like public, it's not like it doesn't really say much to them. So I'm trying to think of a way of like some way that I can take the data on a shear map and make it into like a more understandable graphic for the general public. But here is the shear maps here. These are the upper level winds here. And I'm gonna wait for it to load. And essentially, what helps me the most, what shear helps me the most to see, is what is the tornado threat gonna look like? And you know what's interesting? Even this model here kind of picked up on this increased shear right before it happened, and that's what caused some of this rotation near just east of Madison. Back North Dakota. North Dakota, I think they might get snow. I don't know. We can look at that too. But yeah, so this is the upper level shear. You know, the grays are the weakest, and the purples and the oranges, that's the strongest upper level shear. And essentially, what this tells us is that there is wind moving in the upper atmosphere. And you need that with wind moving in the lower atmosphere, you know, not parallel, I think the word's perpendicular to each other in order to cause, you know, tornadoes. But as of right now, we're not really seeing that too much up here in the northern up into the northern United States near the Great Lakes, but we are seeing that more down here. Now the shear is not particularly too strong, you know, down near Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, but it is enough to support brief spin-up tornadoes. If we go down here to the lower level shear, you need both of these things together. Look at North Dakota. I will, I promise. I promise you. We will. Just going over, you know, a little bit of the science here. You know, you do have some upper level shear, you know, the purples near Alabama there. And you want it also. It's not just looking at the shear, it's also where is the shear, right? So you want it on this leading edge along the cold front. Like there's a lot of shear back here, but this is all on the back edge here. And it's not in that instability where that dry air is meeting that that warmer, moist air. And so you want to see it right on this line. And there is some there, you know, around Mississippi, Tennessee, going into Kentucky and Ohio. So, you know, all of these areas we will have to watch. But MJ, patience. What do you want to see? I'm assuming you want to see if there's going to be any snow in North Dakota. Let's look to see what the snow could possibly do today. Now, snow on weather models is like even worse. It's even more inaccurate, but looks like Canada is going to be getting some snow, and northern Minnesota, and just this look at you, MJ. Just north and west. I'm looking at it, MJ. I'm looking at it. Just northwest, North Dakota, near Grafton and Grand Forks, there could be some flurries. Look at that. And it might even go through Grand Forks. So we have some pretty significant, or not significant, but like, you know, possibly enough for some accumulation here in northern Minnesota. Look at that. Yeah, definitely gonna be some accumulation of snow up there if this is true. Look at that. And we do have some webcams up here in Minnesota thanks to Birding Peep. You guys might know her on Twitter. She is awesome, and she has this map that how do I say this? She has a map that has a bunch of webcams on it and she has given me access to it because I always make sure I give her credit for it. So, you know, maybe we can see some snow. When is this? 1 a.m., 3 a.m. I don't know if I want to be up that late. I don't know. We'll see. But I heard if you subscribe, it's gonna snow more. I'm just kidding. That's stupid. I know. I wanted to make a stupid joke. Let me make a stupid joke. Every once in a while. I try to be professional, but I still do have a little humor side to me. But yeah, I mean, look at that. I'm sorry if I'm just like going back and forth. I love snow. And the fact that it's starting already is great news. I mean, look at that. So that's Crookston, Grand Rapids, Thief River Falls, Virginia City in Minnesota. Really, anywhere north of Detroit Lakes. Well, actually, no. I mean, Brooklyn Park, Grand Rapids, Hibbing, Really, anything north of Brooklyn Park could see some flurries. Pretty cool. And the bot is back. The bot is really, what's the word? Let's see if we can get like a total snowfall. Do we have total snowfall? We do. Looks like a dusting is possible. Let's go see it. So it looks like anywhere from like 1 to in the most extreme case. I don't know if y'all are gonna see over there in Botette. I don't know if y'all are actually gonna see 12 inches of snow. If you do, that would be pretty crazy. We might have to find a cam up here somewhere if we can to see if that actually confirms. Yeah, snow, Minnesota, possibly even into extreme northwestern Wisconsin. Hey, maybe even into Michigan. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. But I think that's going to be more over into the overnight hours. Ooh, what happened there? That's not right. Oh, it didn't load. Give it a second. It's got to load. Okay, so that's broken. Let's go to the previous run here. Maybe the previous run isn't broken? It's not, this is supposed to be a temperature map. I wanted to go over the temperature for you guys up there. It's broken. All right. That is weird. Radar Omega needs to fix that, which I'm sure they will. They have a big team over there and they do a good job. All right, let's go look at the radar just briefly, kind of see. Oh my god, why does it always do that? It's like it wants me to get copyright stricken. Radar glitch. I noticed 2 on my radar app. Yeah, it is close to Halloween as well. Yeah, radar glitches happen all the time. They really do. So yeah, we do have this. So this is the current conditions. We're no longer in the models. We are now looking at current radar. And just north of Memphis, we have this line still trying to congeal here. Let's look at the velocities. It does seem like they're, you know, it's pretty breezy, but nothing too bad. Which is why none of these storms are severe warned right now. But I am expecting them to pick up in strength here shortly. I mean, according to the models, they were supposed to start picking up in strength as they move close to Memphis. So we'll see if that confirms or not. I'm gonna go up the line here. Looks like we do have some more discrete cells over here in Tennessee, just east of Murfreesboro. Could potentially maybe be some small hail in some of those. Definitely no rotation, and they're not severe warned. But it is moving into the 2% risk here, so we'll have to see what happens. Can you teach us about outflow bands, outflow boundaries, and how they affect other storms? So they can affect other storms. It's mainly, so outflow boundaries are essentially cold pools. So when you get a bunch of rain, it cools down the lower levels of the atmosphere, and that moves out kind of like a, imagine it like a ring of cooler air moving out from the storm. And so, like I talked about earlier, you know, when you have that cooler, drier air interact with the warm air, you can get, you know, or the warm, moist air, you can get storms that fire up. And so outflow boundaries, they move out away from the storm itself. So let's use a storm here as an example. And you see them most of the time, more clearly during the summertime, because the storms are more stationary. Like when you get a pop-up thunderstorm, it's more stationary. It rains, it drops a lot of that cool air down to the surface, and then that spreads out, and you can actually see the outflow boundary move away from the storm, and it'll look like this light blue, green, sometimes yellow color, and it'll look like a line like this, and it'll move, like say it is moving in this direction, right? But then you have warmer air, warmer moist air moving up. Those outflow boundaries can move away from the storm. So even though these storms are all the way back here, right, it can send a cold pull. There could be a cold pull right now with this storm moving out to the east here, but it's not visible on radar as of right now, at least. But this is just an example. But if it were to interact with that warmer, moist air, it would pop up thunderstorms out in front of the line there. And that is more common with summer pop-up thunderstorms. With these types of storms, they're like, this is technically a boundary, but it's not. Like, you can't really call it an outflow boundary. I mean, all of these storms are going to have outflow boundaries technically, but they're mainly being caused by a bigger boundary, which is the cold front. You have a cold front extending all the way up here. You have that drier air like we were talking about earlier, and then you have that moist air running along this end here. So it's like a giant outflow boundary technically. And it runs into that moist air, causes the storms to fire there. And that's why we get this. And then when these storms build up, as it interacts with those different dew points and different temperatures of air, it causes that lift. You get these storms, and if the shear is present, it can start to rotate. Yes, exactly. It causes that lift. Without those differences of temperature, you don't get the thermodynamics responsible into causing the lift of the storms. Yeah, if you haven't already, I would consider, or if you haven't already, I would ask you guys to please subscribe. We're trying to get to 700 subscribers. That's our next goal, and yeah, we do this all the time. You never know when there's going to be severe thunderstorms in your area. Again, if you live in the path of this storm, or in the future if you're not. Maybe you live in Kansas or Oklahoma. But regardless, when there is a tornado threat, I am live. So if you always want to be in the know and maybe you don't have cable TV, subscribing to this channel is a cheat because you don't have to pay for it. But I do ask that you subscribe because it does help out the channel a lot. If we get to 1,000 subscribers, I'll be able to monetize it. People will be able to do super chats and whatnot, and I'll actually be able to make money off of the views that I get onto this, like on these live streams, which will allow me to do this more full time. Instead of having to DoorDash. So I would really appreciate it. Again, oh, and also, yes, that's right, I do nationwide coverage. I cover hurricanes. We covered Hurricane Ian. I also sometimes do Canada. We covered Hurricane Fiona as it made landfall on Nova Scotia and affected Newfoundland. Sometimes I cover wildfires if they're near densely populated areas. Covered the Hemet fire earlier when it interacted with, I think it was Hurricane K as it moved up the west coast. So yeah, we do this for everywhere. We go live for every tornado threat. And if you like to be informed, make sure you subscribe. Liking helps, I think. I don't know if liking actually helps. The thing that really helps the most with like this current live stream is sharing it. If you live in these areas, posting this live stream on Facebook, because you never know, your neighbors or your friends, they might not have cable, but they might have some anxiety about these storms. And that's why I'm here. I being in the know on exactly what the storms are doing helps people with storm anxiety, which there's a decent amount of people that have that. I mean, especially down here in the South. in the southeast, as we've had some pretty crazy tornado outbreaks down here. Thank you, Proxima. Yeah, I hope I get there soon. Let me tell you, it is a difficult balance. You know, there's a lot of things that a lot of people don't know, especially with smaller channels like mine or like NWW or like even Max Velocity, who is a little bit bigger. But still, I mean, he's got expenses and everybody's got expenses, and, you know, we're all doing this, you know, sometimes it can be a lot. Sometimes we get downtime, like especially during the fall, like we get a lot of downtime. So like for instance, I'll be working a lot more probably this fall rather than more live streaming. But as of like 3 weeks ago, I was doing more live streaming than working because there was a lot of different things going on. There was hurricanes, there was severe weather, and all of it needed to be covered. And you know, the only way, unfortunately, that anybody on YouTube can become monetized and to start being able to pay bills with the money that they get from YouTube, you know, is if they get to 1,000 subscribers. That's their goal. That's what they've set, not what I've set. You know, it's 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch time hours, which I've actually already gotten. I've already gotten the watch time hours. It was hard, but I got it. But yeah, so I don't set those goals. YouTube does, and unfortunately, I wish they were lower. I mean, I think because like I'm pretty sure they still put ads on videos, even though that like somebody isn't monetized. So YouTube is technically making money off of my channel right now, but I don't have any access to it because I haven't reached their set goals on their platform, which I think is a little ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Max's story is kind of crazy. You know, he's like in my opinion, definitely like probably one of the most honest and accurate forecasters out there. He's really smart. Pretty smart myself, but I think Max is, you know, he's probably a little bit smarter than me when it comes to or not a little bit, but there's probably a small gap or a medium gap. I don't know. It'd be interesting if we did like head-to-head forecasting, see who's better. Maybe it's something that'd be pretty cool, right? You know, like a little stream where like meteorologists all put in their predictions and whoever's right gets like a pat on the back or something. But like, you know, in terms of like what is traditionally, as of right now, except like the mainstream way to do YouTube weather broadcasting, it's interesting. You know, he doesn't, like, for the longest, you know, he hasn't had any storm chasers. He hasn't had any like webcams or anything. He's just mainly been being a meteorologist. You know, he's been watching the radar, purveying the data when it's needed, and making it understandable for the general audience. And he's been able to grow doing it that way, which is interesting, which kind of goes to show you don't need to have, you know, the flashy setup. You don't need to have storm chasers. And in fact, I think having storm chase, like if you have storm chasers that like respect storms, it can be fine. But it, like, we have seen some of the most experienced storm chasers on the planet be hit by tornadoes. So the experience does go a long way, but again, you know, you're dealing with radar scans that are like 5 minutes apart. And sometimes when you're storm chasing, you can be in a data hole, which means you're not getting any radar scans. So you have to rely completely off of visual data. But if the tornado's rain wrapped, you can't see the tornado. It's going to be harder than not to be able to track it. I think some storm chasers are better than others, but I would really hate if I had a storm chaser and they were too ballsy of a storm chaser and then live on stream something happens to them. You know? That would be horrible. That's what I see the risk with storm chasers. Like if I ever had a storm chaser, I would specifically pick one that it like respects storms and that stays safe and that plans, even if they're in a radar hole, to be in the safe spot of the storm, because tornadoes can only do so much. It's very rare for a tornado to just go straight south. And so being directly south of a storm can decrease your chances of getting hit by that tornado by quite a bit. You still have a great view of the storm. You still would potentially have a great view of the tornado, you know, and that would communicate a bunch of valuable data to the people that are wanting to know whether or not there's a tornado. I mean, you have a tornado warning, that should be enough, but some people, they need a little bit more convincing. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think tornado chasing is very valuable resource, but at the same time, I think there's a lot of tornado chasers out there that are really pushing the boundary, and I think it's only a matter of time before we get a tragedy. Either from those storm chasers or from storm chasers that want to be like those storm chasers but are not as experienced. I mean, I think we already had like a couple storm chasers die this year, unfortunately, because of hydroplaning, which really shouldn't ever really be a problem. You know, if there's rain on the road, you shouldn't be going 60 miles per hour. And if you're knowledgeable about storms, you should know that kind of stuff. But that's the thing, you know, sometimes there's more water on the road than you expected and you don't see it and you're looking up at the sky. It can be super complicated. And if I ever had a storm chaser, I would just want them to be like ultimate safe. Like, just like 100% ultimate safe. Like, I mean, I'm totally fine with having a webcam that's like 10 miles away from a storm. And still just being able to see the storm structure tells me a lot about it that I wouldn't otherwise know just by looking at the radar. So what's the tornado status now? As of right now, we have no tornado warnings and no severe thunderstorm warnings, which is why we're not really talking about the storms too much. Not a lot going on right now. Yeah, I mean, that can happen with flooding. That can happen with, you know, storm chasing is risky. It's also super expensive. As much as I respect the community and respect the data that they give, you know, I just wish a lot more of them would choose to be safer. But, you know, I can't tell them what to do. It's totally up to them what they want to do. I would just never platform somebody that's that risky, me personally. Because I don't want to encourage them to do something that they wouldn't do. And, you know, a lot of people will be like, oh, you know, you're not influencing me at all. But that's bullcrap. You know, everybody has that part of the brain where, you know, they know people are watching and so they want to get the best footage. And, you know, there's competition out there, not only for, you know, the best visual footage, but also selling it to news stations. And news stations would rather have a storm chaser closer to the tornado rather than farther away, even though it'll probably look more beautiful farther away. It might not necessarily give that shock factor that news stations want. And that, you know, that unfortunately encourages these professional storm chasers to put themselves in situations that are rather risky. And, you know, I'm glad they're as smart as they are, you know, to be honest. And I'm glad that they have the data and tools to stay as safe as they have been. But, you know, I do kind of predict in the future that we might see some, unfortunately, some pretty sad stories, especially as storm chasing gains in popularity in the future. I'm expecting and I'm preparing that. I'm preparing myself for that. Hopefully not. But I would rather just have webcams. I'm totally okay with webcams, but Max, he doesn't need any of that. I haven't really been able to figure out Max's special sauce yet. I think it's his voice and his ability to rapidly communicate information, because he talks super fast. So he can go like from this storm to this storm to this storm to this storm, and then answer chat questions, and then zoom out, go over here, and then, you know, answer, you know, or warn these storms. And he does it really well. So I respect Max a lot. His cadence, yeah. He's also got that really cool, like, he's got like this really cool like undulation of his voice too, like, you know, going high to low. It's definitely addicting to watch. I like it, it's interesting because he's not like, you know, like someone like a Ryan Hall, you know, that has a lot of stuff going on, and that also adds to the reason why somebody watches. You know, he's got a lot of flashing lights, he's got loud noises, um, you know, a lot of information scrolling on the screen, all those things that can keep a viewer watching the stream. Max doesn't have any of that. So that's why, like, you know, it baffles me that he has grown as much as he has. But I mean, I know that there's something. It's not like it's luck for him. I mean, for Max. I mean, he definitely like when I watch his streams, I'm always like like I'm glued to the screen, even though he doesn't have all that flashiness. I think it's pretty cool. Hello, Savannah. How are you doing? Ooh. Gotta stay hydrated. I'm telling you what, these storms, as of right now, let's go look at the velocity. So the velocity's picking up yet? They might be starting to pick up a little bit. Good. I'm good. Just patiently awaiting the storms here. Trying to fill the gaps here. Trying to make it somewhat watchable, as there is not much going on. I'm gonna check Twitter really quick, see if I can see anything. You never know. See if we can find any actual like videos. See if any of these tornadoes, we can actually confirm any of these tornadoes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is the secret, right? That is the overall secret to literally anything in content creation, is to just be yourself. You know, if you go out there trying to copy out someone else's style, you're literally like you are them, right? But why would anybody go, like, for instance, if I were to try to copy Max's style, right? Max is always going to be better because he is the one that is dictating the style. Right? So you will never be able to beat someone at their own game, which is why it's better to just do your own thing. Like not gonna say your name. I'm just gonna call you Karen. Like Karen said, you know, if you do your own thing, you have a unique advantage because you are unique. So when somebody clicks on your channel or your stream or anything, any type of content that you make or your music, you know, they're gonna hear something that they've never really heard before because you're not copying anybody. You're doing like your own style, and that keeps people around longer than it does when you're not doing that. Because why would anybody stick around for you if, you know, if you're copying somebody good, like if you're good at copying somebody, then they're immediately gonna think of that person when they watch you. So they're literally gonna be like, oh, who does this remind me of? Oh, it reminds me of so and so. I'm gonna actually go watch so and so instead. So not only is it bad just as in you're not really cultivating your own creativity, but it's also bad because, you know, no one's going to actually stick around. Which you have to do on YouTube, unfortunately. You have to learn how to keep an audience, because if you don't, then your channel's unfortunately not going to grow. And the best way to do that is exactly what Karen said, which is, you know, being yourself. I didn't see anything on Twitter, y'all. I didn't see one thing. Let's go check the power outages. Yeah, we still got about 21,000 people without power in Wisconsin. I would be down to promote some bands. I mean, if the music is good, so the music that you hear right now is copyright free lo-fi. And I'd totally be down to, you know, if you got like music without like lyrics, because I can't have lyrics in the music or it'll be too distracting. You know, I want people focusing on the information that I'm purveying and not necessarily the music in the background, but I do like having the music to kind of fill in the gaps and the silence. So I'd be down to promote, you know, any music as long as I can use it. Because as of right now, this is the only playlist that I'm comfortable playing because I know for a fact it's not copyrighted. Like there's other playlists that'll be like, oh, it's not copyrighted, then you play it and then you get copyright stricken, which will affect your chances to get monetized. Yeah, I'd be down if anybody reached out to me, but it'd have to be like them themselves. Or I mean, I wouldn't promote it by playing it on my stream. Yeah, still not seeing anything on Twitter. A lot of people doing their speculation on what's going to be going on for the rest of the day. But yeah, we're just kind of in a down period. It should pick up though. That's what I'm thinking. It should pick up. That's what the models have been saying. So we'll just, I'm gonna stay live until you know this event starts. Yeah, I like my background music because it's calming. You know, it allows there to be some air of calmness, even if things get serious, you know, because I want people to be weather aware. I want people to take tornado warnings seriously when they're in their area. I want them to go to their safe spot, but I want them to do it calmly, right? I don't want people freaking out and making a bunch of mistakes, because like, you know, that's something that happens quite frequently. Is that if someone's panicking, their minds, they get all foggy. They don't think straight, and that can cause them to forget things. And even pets, they might forget their pets if they're panicking. You know, they'll be like, I need to get my family together and some of my personal items, and they start freaking out, and then they go into the tornado thing and they're like, oh, we're all safe, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh crap, we forgot the dog. You know, there's less of a chance of people forgetting things and less of a chance of people like freezing up in a tornado warning if you can convey some air of calmness while also being serious. It's like a weird middle ground, and the calm music definitely helps kind of force it into a little bit more of a calmer environment than it otherwise would be without the music. So it gives me a little bit more, I would say, of the ability to be a little bit more stern myself while also keeping the environment a little bit more calm, I guess. I really focus on messaging here. I think messaging is the most, even more important than the science itself, because you can have all the science, all the data in the world, right? But if you cannot effectively message that to the public, it doesn't matter. Science doesn't matter at that point. You need to be able to take that science and be able to let people know what they need to do, all this other stuff, how they should prepare, you know, what areas, all that kind of stuff. You need to be able to message that to the public, or effectively, or they're just going to tune out and go to sleep or go somewhere else, you know. Do I have historical capabilities? I have a little bit. So if we go over here, I can do this. I can click here. I can load historical radar data like this. That didn't work. Hold on. It's supposed to bring up. There we go. So this was. I think, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can look at historical. I don't think I can go too far back though. Hey, thank you, Lily, for subscribing. I really appreciate it. This is the storms that move through Milwaukee. I'm gonna bring this like this. We're gonna do a slow roll through here. So it was supposed to be drier up here. Like there wasn't supposed to be too much moisture, but it looks like a little moisture was able to skirt up all the way up to here. And this is why this was a little bit more tornadic than we were expecting. But as you can see, so these little kinks, this is velocity data. And velocity data is really good at seeing rotation. So we have these little kinks going all the way up here. And it moved through into Milwaukee and into Kenosha. Let's go back here. Oops. Click off of that. So that you had like, let's go in here and see how many. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 possible areas of rotation. 6, 7, 8. We had 8 possible areas of rotation earlier here. Look at those straight. Yeah, there's. Yeah, these right here. This is probably upwards to 60 mile per hour. Yeah, 60, 65 miles per hour straight line winds with these storms as well. And this is kind of what we're expecting later today down in the south, is like this kind of QLCS, quick spin up tornadoes here. But yeah, so if we go over here to the correlation coefficient, which is going to tell us, you know, if there was any debris at this time. And if you're just tuning in, this is past radar data, not current. Russell Payne, how you doing? First time watching your stream, driver, and I'm in Wisconsin at the moment, heading to New Jersey. How does it look after today heading east? Thanks, I would really appreciate it. Yeah, we'll go over that. Just gonna go over the debris signatures here real quick. As you can see, there was multiple little areas. Like right here near New Berlin, over here, right there. Multiple little areas of what appeared to be debris being lofted up on the ground here. So we could have had a couple of brief tornadoes here going through, and that's what all these red circles are these tornado reports. So we'll have to see if any of those actually end up confirming. So let's go look at tomorrow's severe weather for our new friend Russell. I'm just tuned in. Let's close out of this historical radar mode. Go over to the models here, which is going to allow us to see somewhat of what the future is going to look like. And also we'll bring up tomorrow's tornado risk. Well, doesn't look like there is a tornado risk. Oh, yeah, there is actually. So there is a 2% tornado risk. Looks like we're going to be live tomorrow as well. In Richmond, Washington, Columbia, Maryland, Allentown, just west of Philadelphia. So you're talking Virginia, Maryland, small little portion there of New Jersey, and into Pennsylvania there, just south of Scranton. So we have another 2% risk for tomorrow. Let's go look at what that will kind of look like on the simulated radar here. And what the timing, what it's saying for the timing. Let's see. So you have the storms, this is overnight, and here is going into tomorrow. See as that line enters, yeah, it looks like it could be kind of like what we saw up there in Wisconsin. which is a line of thunderstorms here, bringing up a warm front in front of it. So that is this right here, and the bot's back. Yay! Bye. So annoying. So a massive hook form over Wakusha. Only for like 2 minutes. Oh, okay. Yeah, it depends on like where you were looking at it. Like which radar site. You could have been looking at one far away, or but yeah, you can see this warm front move. So this is that little warm front moves up. There could be, you know, maybe possibly an isolated brief spin up in that, but most likely will be embedded in this line of thunderstorms. And the threat here seems to start at around 12 p.m. In Virginia and Pennsylvania, and it moves east. So 3 p.m. it starts to enter into that 2% risk as it goes through Maryland, Richmond, into eastern Philadelphia, and it really seems like it starts to die down at around 9 p.m. So the biggest risk for tornadoes, which it's only 2%, so it's not really a big risk at all, but you need to keep your eye out and be weather aware at the very least, is from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. Over on the east, that is the update for tomorrow. You know, anybody north of this, you know, definitely a lot of rain. It does seem like, you know, I wonder if they'll extend this. It does seem like, you know, there's some more isolated storms down here near North Carolina. We'll have to see how the model and the SPC, we'll see what they have to think about that going into the future. But that is just a quick, brief overview of what it's going to look like and the timing for the storms tomorrow. I will definitely be live tomorrow, as there is a 2% risk. And as of right now, there is not much to talk about. Still have these storms moving through Memphis. Nothing severe, just heavy wind and rain. And that's going to continue to track to the east and south here. I think it's taking forever to load. But this is the entire United States. So yeah, I mean, you have this low pressure up here, bringing that cooler air, running into the moisture here. And we're really expecting this to fire up more as it moves on. But as of right now, it's currently not doing it. So I'll have to wait and see. Is it really starting to convect? Let me check that out. So we do have a tropical storm in the Gulf of Mexico. And as of right now, the latest model runs and tracks of the storm are saying it's going to come up north here, and then it's going to do a complete, it's going to stall right around here, and then it's going to do a complete U-turn. So it shouldn't be a threat to the United States. But let's turn on the cone here just so everybody can be. So yeah, it should be stalling right now and about to take that more southerly track, but it started. Let's turn this over to the long wave. Here we go. Started off down here, and it's moved up north, and it's going to do a big old U-turn. Go back down towards southern Mexico here. To cloud top height. They're just blowing up. I don't know if I have cloud top height on radar Omega. I do not. Yeah, it's supposed to go south, so let's take this little cone off so you can see the storm a little bit better. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some convection happening. You can also see, though, that, you know, you do have some of this drier air wrapping around here. Let's go look at the lower level water vapor. Yeah, so there's definitely a lot of dry air present around this storm and even nearby it, so it's probably ingesting some of that dry air. But as of right now, it does seem to be having a little bit of a convective burst, but it's not expected. Let's just go check on the latest track just to make sure that nothing. But last time I looked at it, it was not expected to become a hurricane. Yeah. So it looks like it should stay a pretty strong tropical storm. You know, it does get pretty close. 60 miles per hour. That's what it is currently right now. It does get pretty close. So I wouldn't say like it's completely impossible that it doesn't become a hurricane, or that it does become a hurricane, but we'll have to see. But regardless, all the models are really bringing us south, having it stall for a little bit and then diving south here. So it's not a threat to the United States, but it was definitely kind of a surprise. You know, we had what was it, Hurricane Julia hit Nicaragua here, and then it moved out into here. It died. The hurricane itself died, turned into a post-tropical cyclone, but it brought a bunch of moisture up into southern Mexico, into the Gulf of Mexico, and you know, it entered a conducive environment, and it still actually had some like mid-level spin to it, and it eventually started convecting, and it turned into a tropical storm pretty quickly. So, but the good news is that it should dive south from here. We don't even have any flood warnings. We have no severe thunderstorm warnings. We have no tornado warnings. We have no flood warnings. I do want to see, though, you know, since we have all this free time, I want to see if we have any cams down here. Maybe we could get a look here at some cool shelf clouds, maybe. The Birding Peep camera map. If you don't know who Birding Peep is, she is a phenomenal person who has put together the resource of all resources of webcams on a map, so you can directly find any webcam, well, not any webcam, but most of the webcams that exist in the United States in one area. And it is extremely helpful for people like me that are trying to look at storms. So what I'm going to do here really quick is I'm going to get her Twitter, and I want you guys to go over there really quick. We don't currently have any really good views on these storms as of right now, but if we ever do, it'll be because of the Birding Peep map. So if you could, just go over to her Twitter real quick. The link is in the description. Go give her a follow. Show your appreciation for what she has done. She has spent hours and hours and hours, days, months setting up this map. And she deserves all the credit in the world. But yeah, as of right now, let's see. Is that? No. Sorry, I know it's kind of boring probably looking at this screen. Let's put this in motion for y'all. I'm just looking. I have two screens, so I'm looking on the other screen here. Trying to see if there's any view that is worthy of bringing up here of the storm. We have cameras that are all along this 40 here. They're like traffic cams. which typically don't really give that great of a view. Yeah, it seems like we're not going to really probably be able to get a great view of these storms, unfortunately, as of right now. But we will definitely be able to get them later. I mean, we got cams everywhere, thanks to Birding Peak. Any Lake Michigan cams? I think we do. But it's really rainy up there, so you're really not going to be able to see much, unfortunately. So all this rain up in front, most of the webcams that are in this area, they won't be able to see anything because it'll be looking through rain. But we do have cams up there, but it's not really worth it. Which is good news if you live in Michigan, by the way. It's just light rain. Not worth it to look at a cam means that the storm is not doing anything that is too concerning for the public. Let me see where this one storm is going near Brownsville. It's kind of going towards Jackson. Yeah, not seeing anything in the camps. Not seeing anything that is like directly in the path here. We do have cams in Nashville, so as these get closer to Nashville, we will be able to probably get a better view on these storms. That'll be within like the next hour or two. I don't know, y'all. What do y'all think? Should I stay live and keep chatting? Or should I save my energy and go live later? I mean, it should start. It literally, I really do think we're gonna get a severe thunderstorm warning here any moment, as these winds should start to pick up here, and they are. You know, we're talking almost upwards to 60 mile per hour just near Piperton here. And this is close to the radar, so it's pretty reliable data. So I'm expecting to see some severe thunderstorm warnings pop up here any moment now. Just a matter of time. I might go make some pizza though, which will take me about a minute. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to pop it in the microwave for a minute, and then I'm going to bring it back here so that, you know, there's barely any interruption of coverage. So if you could do me a solid and stick around, listen to some of the music, I will, I'll keep this on loop so it's not completely boring for y'all. And I'm gonna go get that food really quick. But stick around, because I do think they are going to do a severe thunderstorm warning here soon. We'll have to see. But I will be back in 1 minute. Literally, I made this pizza yesterday. Pepperoni pizza. We'll see what they do with this. I mean, we shall see. I mean, you don't want to play around with, you know, this is still like 50, 60 mile per hour winds here. Right in this little area near Piperton. Okay, let's see what y'all said about my question. Whatever works best for you. Share the slices. So this is the pizza. Wish I could. Wow. I just put it in for a minute and it's so hot. Ow. The bad thing about pizza though is it loses its crispiness if you put it in the refrigerator. That's hot. Yeah, so we got about 65 mile per hour winds with this. So I mean, there is no severe thunderstorm warning on it yet, but if you live in Piperton or Rossville, this is in Tennessee, just southeast of Memphis. I want you, at the very least, indoors and away from windows, as these winds are picking up with this line of thunderstorms here, moving through Memphis. And it looks like, I think what the models were saying is that this is supposed to move through here and then kind of bow out here, and then another line back here forms. So, you know, there could be some hail over here near Forest City as well. So, definitely have to keep an eye on these. Hello, Siraj. How you doing? Just watching the storms. They are in already the 2% zone, but so far, only good news. You know, they haven't really been as damaging because they were supposed to be pretty. There was supposed to be some pretty intense storms near. Oh, we got a severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. Funny. That always happens. Always happens. Alright, so we do have a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Kentucky. Looks like we do have some decent hail dropping out of this sky. 1 inch hail, upwards to 60 mile per hour winds. Is moving northeast. Interesting. The velocities here. Very broad and weak. Nothing too concerning as of right now in terms of the rotation, but we live in the path of the storm, so that's Harper, Bethana, Edna, Salyersville, Mash Fork, Falcon, Wheelersburg, Ever, Cisco, White Oak, Lambton, Jephthah. I do want all of you guys indoors and away from windows. Definitely don't want to be outdoors during this storm. It does seem like it is attempting to do some type of pull in some type of inflow here. We'll have to keep an eye on this one for sure, just to make sure. Yeah, there's very, very broad and weak rotation with this, if you can even classify that as rotation. But there's some, like, the major concern as of right now with the storm is this hail core right here. This is probably a little bit bigger than inch in diameter hail. So that's about quarter sized. I think it's a little bigger than that. It's a pretty intense hail core. So, probably would need more people on the ground to confirm that before it gets upgraded, but I'm thinking that the hail's a little bit bigger than what's indicated here. 1 p.m. in India. Wow. Thank you, Wendy Gott, for subscribing. I definitely appreciate that. Let's see if they have any other information here. Not much. Papa and Almas. Heavy rain in Hemet. What? Really? Heavy rain, you say? Oh yeah. Would you look at that? There is some rain over there. In California. Some thunderstorms possibly as well. We just got an update on the radar scan here. Still a pretty decent hail core with this one. My dog's looking at me. Like, you gonna drop me some crumbs, bro? It's like that hail core. Let's see exactly where that hail core is going. Looks like that hail core is gonna be moving into Bethana here pretty soon. And we're talking upwards into 70 dBz's. I wouldn't be surprised if this was like quarter to $half sized hail. So Bethana, Ova, Stella, Edna, Slayersville, all you guys need to be indoors and away from windows. It's really that easy. Gonna check the Birding Peep webcams. See if we have any storms in the path of this one. Maybe zoom out here. Or see if we have any webcams in the path of this. Always got to check to make sure. Let's see. Where is this? Where is it near? Just on the border there. So down here. We do not. It's fine. Don't need to see it, just need everybody to be indoors. That's really all you need to do. Shazzy. Subscription. Yeah, still no concerning rotation with this one. There's mainly a hail threat with this one. That's the thing I'm really concerned about, or mostly concerned about with this one. Oh, we have another warning. Thank you, Jaden Osborne, for subscribing. So this one is in southern Kentucky. So this is just north of Decide, north of Ida. I'm going to be going into Watauga here soon. Let me make sure we're on the right radar. No. So this storm is in a radar hole. You're welcome, and that has a tornado tag. This one? Yep. Tornado possible tag on this one. Near Ida, thank you, Jaden. Hail upwards to an inch, that's quarter sized. It isn't a radar hole, so it's going to be hard to really tell. Let me look at the rotation here. Sorry, I'm trying to balance eating here with streaming. I do need to eat. There is some broad rotation. Can't really see it too well because it's so far away from the radar. Check back in on this guy. That hail is going to move just over Bethana into Edna and Wani, so I definitely want you guys to be inside, away from windows. Looks like things are starting to pick up though, as we move more into the daylight time, or the daylight heating hours. Which is typically around 2 to 3. What time is it? 3 o'clock? Almost? Like the hail's picking up here, just north of Ida. Again, Watuga, Rowena. If you live around Lake Cumberland, right around in this area, northeast of Rowena, just want you to be indoors and away from windows. That's simple. Bronies are so good. We're gonna wait on the next radar scan here. Should be coming in pretty shortly. And as we get it, we're gonna go look. We're gonna look and see if anything has changed with these storms. Sorry, I know it's not the most pleasant thing seeing somebody eat. Especially a stranger you don't know. It's like the hail core is moving over Bethana now, and it's about to head into Edna over Highway 460 just south of Wani here. Velocities. Still not seeing anything too concerning on rotational wise. There's mainly a hail threat with this one. So you're just going to want to be indoors if you're in Edna, Wani, and Elsie. Going back over to this one. Do we have an update? Yes. Okay. So we do have an update. Let's look at the velocities on this. This is a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm. Unfortunately, though, I'm really not going to be able to tell you a lot about it because we are in a radar hole, which basically means it's far away from this radar. It's far away from that one, and that one. So we're really not going to be able to get an in-depth, clear look at what this storm is doing. But we don't really necessarily need to. There is hail with this. Upward to an inch of hail. So if you live in Watuga, Rowena, down the line, if they extend this, Cabell, all you guys, you need to be indoors and away from windows. Now, if you live inside, Willis Creek, Desta, Aaron, 76. The main part of the storm has passed. I don't want you going outside, but you can look out the window. Cumberland City, you're next for this hail core Watuga. Again, we're in Kentucky right now. We have 2 severe thunderstorms in Kentucky. That is the only thing that's happening right now. If we go back down here to Memphis, we are keeping our eye on this area as we are expecting some more storms to fire up here. As this line pushes down, and it seems we have some storms actually riding up in the warmer air here near Holly Springs in front of the cold front. So we just got another severe thunderstorm warning. We'll have to see where that goes, or where it is. Where is it? Oh, it's down here. near Montgomery. So this is Alabama, just east of Montgomery. Looks like we do have a little line and bowing line of storms here with upwards to 60-mile-per-hour winds. So if you live just east of Montgomery and Shortner, Tuskegee, Union Springs, Sedgefield, Cotton Valley, Thompson, Hardaway, Chesson, Mount Andrew, Liverpool, Warrior Stand, Hannon. I want you guys all in your safe spot. Oh, not safe spot, sorry. All indoors and away from windows, as we do have a severe thunderstorm in your area, and it's coming your way. Let's kind of give you a brief overview here as it comes through. So yeah, it's like you're going to have a quarter-size hail and potentially some damaging winds. Looks like we just got another severe thunderstorm warning, I think, or maybe the extended one. We're going to be hopping back and forth to all of these storms. Again, if you have any questions, please put them into the chat. So this one, Chazzy, enough. By the way, can y'all hear my dog barking? If you can, let me know. But okay, it looks like this hail is starting to move through Edna. Oh, it moved through Edna. Next in line is going to be Maggard, just south of Maggard. You're going to need to be indoors, away from windows. Plutarch. That's weird. Ever, Wheelersburg down the line. Want you guys all indoors, please, away from windows. And it looks like we have another storm firing to the south and west of this severe thunderstorm. But the main threat here is just north of Watauga here. Looks like this hail core is starting to get a little bit more beefy. This is a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning, and they have decided to extend it. So the new peeps in the path of this storm is Cabell, Parnell, Swifton, Short Mountain, Eadsville, Monticello, Steubenville, Rankin. This is all in Kentucky again. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows. That's really all you need to do. As long as you do that, you should be all right. And we got this big line here, still entering into Tennessee, making its way over till Nashville. Dixon, Lexington, going through Lexington. Just went through Memphis, but like I said, Memphis, you're going to have a couple rounds of storms coming through there. And over back down here, near Montgomery, we still have this line, this bowing segment of this bowing storm here. And on the velocity, it really doesn't look too impressive, but it is pretty close to the radar site. But I still want all you guys, again, shorter in between Union Springs and Tuskegee on Highway 29. I still want you guys just indoors. That's all you need to do. Take a bite of pizza. Going back over to this one. Near Salyersville. Still got a decent hail core. It's not as bad looking as before. Looks like it's gonna go either just south or right into Maggard here in a little bit. Really? You go check that out. Sure does. So we do now have a tornado possible tag. Just in the storm that says just north of Salyersville. You can kind of see it's trying to do an inflow here into the storm. We'll have to see how that progresses. I mean, this storm is pretty isolated. I mean, there's nothing to its south, really. And we have the bot is back. Almost done with this pizza. Wouldn't be surprised if this got severe warned as well. So we have 2 tornado possible tags, severe thunderstorm warnings. This one really can't see much on this. There does appear to be some broad rotation over here south of Watauga, but it's hard to tell. Again, this is Kentucky. We're looking really high up into the storm here. Let me go on a little bit of a wrong one. A little bit of a higher tilt here. And it is consistent going up. I have to definitely keep an eye on this. Again, it's hard to tell if it's in the right place or not, as you know, we are looking so high up in the storm because it's in a radar hole. But we'll definitely continue to keep an eye on this storm. Again, Cabell, Parnell, Swifton, Eadsville, Rankin, Steubenville, Short Mountain. You guys are in the path of this storm. Hopefully your chickens are doing well. I love chickens. They are cool animals. Roosters, on the other hand, they're just annoying. My neighbor has roosters, and it will never shut up in the morning. So I'm not really seeing anything concerning on this velocity-wise. There still is a little bit of hail here just south and east of Maggard, and that's going to be moving near Wheelersburg and Ever. We'll have to see if this thing starts to reorganize here going into the future. It could, but as of right now, it looks kind of sloppy. Although I will say, this weird little appendage here, but not really showing anything there. Let's go over to here. Yeah. Not really seeing much with this one as of right now. Definitely don't want to be outside during that storm, though. Let's go check back in on our storm near Montgomery. We still have a little tiny, possibly some pea-sized hail with that one. Hail up to 1 inch. See a little broad rotation there. A little inflow kind of making its way into there. Keep an eye on all these storms. Hopefully that doesn't turn into a tornado. This is my state. You stay out of my state, you storm. But yeah, so looks like shorter Tuskegee in between Union Springs. You still need to be away from windows and indoors. Pike Road, Freeport, Mammy, y'all. Breathe easy as the storm has passed. Oh, I will, Proxima. I certainly will. Go back over here. This one's definitely kind of got that look. In the reflectivity, but definitely not in the velocity, so. Still not quite there yet. But it does seem to have reorganized its hail core a little bit. Southeast of Ever, maybe some pea-sized hail around Wheelersburg. That hail core keeps up there. I wouldn't be surprised if they extend this one, this severe thunderstorm warning as well. And it looks like we got upwards to 50-mile-per-hour winds here, just northeast of Falcon. Almost done. Just a couple more bites of the pizza. Then I gotta go wash my face. I don't break out in acne. And then you guys will have my full attention, I promise. Still some, like, I guess you could call it tight but weak rotation. As it's definitely tight, but it's definitely weak. But it's also definitely hard to tell because this is a radar hole. The data on this is going to be so hard to really parse through to really figure out anything on what's going on with this storm. Hello, Blowfish. How are you doing? Let me check the, see if there's any debris. Yeah, it's so messy. If it was up to me, there'd be no radar holes. All right, done with my pizza. Stick around for like 30 seconds as I clean off my face. And then you will have my full attention, I promise. Okay. Whew. That was tasty. And now I'm fed, which means I got energy. Okay. So, Thompson, Hardaway, You are next in line with this severe thunderstorm warning near Montgomery in Alabama. After that is going to be Sedgefield, Union Springs, Cotton Valley, and Tuskegee. So all y'all just need to be indoors and away from windows. Super easy. Super easy. And again, this is just south and east, or mainly east of Montgomery. Let's go check the velocities here. It does look like we still are picking up some of that pretty broad rotation there. As you can kind of see that this is right around where that inflow was. It does seem to be curling up and becoming rain-wrapped broad rotation. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. I don't think there's a tornado possible tag on this one. No, there's not. All right. Coming back up here. Looks like they have decided to extend these. So does it still have the tornado possible tag on it? Yes, it does. So now we're back up in Kentucky here. And it looks like the hail core is kind of dying here. But it could come back. So I still want everybody in Manila, Elna, Red Bush, anywhere east of Whitensville and Tudor Key. Still want you guys in your safe spots. Well, not your safe spots, but in your like inside and away from windows. Coming back, zooming out. I'm gonna check this one near Monticello again. And after this one, we're gonna go check that line near Memphis. I am kind of interested to see what exactly that one is deciding to do. It looks like this broad rotation, or this tighter but weak rotation, has kind of dissipated here, which is good. We still got a tornado possible tag on this. Talking around like penny to quarter sized hail with this. I still want people indoors, but that's just about it. This one, do want to check in on this line back here. I mean, this is pretty close to the radar site. It does look like we're starting to get these little kinks here. Little kinks of rotation. It's not particularly strong. It's still pretty broad, but these little kinks that form in the line, this is going to be the main threat for those brief tornadoes. So we really got to look out for that. Anyways, let's see here. Let's go up the line here. Let's check out everything. Looks like there is still these storms about to move into Dixon and Nashville. They don't seem to be as strong as they were earlier, which is good. They're dissipating a little bit, or at least weakening for now. Moving back up the line going into Kentucky, we still do have these two severe thunderstorm warnings. Both of them still have tornado possible tags. But Russellville is kind of, other than these two severe thunderstorm warnings, Russellville is kind of like the only area here that has any other heavy rain by it. Very light rain going up into Indiana. Ohio, you guys have some heavier rain moving in here as well. These are kind of the same cells, or in the same kind of environment that this storm is in. Although most of these storms have not, like, they don't really have a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Isolated. They're not really isolated. They got a lot of storms nearby, which is probably what's hampering them, as there's cold pools forming all around them that is stopping them from ingesting some of that warmer air. But this one right here, honestly, if I were to say, is the most concerning looking one. We do have now some broader rotation, but that's not really in the right spot. Although, let me make sure that these are lined up correctly. That's 308. This is 310. Okay, so this is 2 minutes behind. So we'll have to see what that looks like once it updates. But there is there's still a little bit of hail going north of Manila. But as of right now, none of these are, too concerning. All you got to do, if you're in like Paintsville, Tudor Key, Flat Gap, White House, Kentucky, you guys just need to be indoors and away from windows. You live in Irvine, Kentucky. Let me see. Thanks for the heads up for Ohio. No problem, Proxima. Let's see. Irvine. Did I spell that right? Kentucky. Ah, looks like you got some spotted showers all around you. You're kind of in the calm before the storm right now in Irvine. Again, an update on this storm just north of Slat here. Let's see, Parnell about to get hit by some of this hail with this storm. Again, it's not big hail, it's small hail. Still a tornado possible tag on this storm. But as of right now, in terms of velocities, not really seeing anything concerning. Which is the only good news there. Go back down to Montgomery again. Guys, if you know anybody that lives in these areas, share the stream with them. Put it on your Facebook. It helps get the word out so that we can get this valuable information to where it counts, which is people in the path of these storms. And also consider subscribing. We're trying to reach 700 subscribers. I don't think we're going to reach it today, but if we do, that'd be pretty cool. All right, so it looks like these storms have passed through shorter. They are currently dropping a lot of heavy rain, possibly some pea-sized hail in Hardaway. Looks like it has moved through Thompson, just some moderate rain now for Thompson. But in terms of the threat of the winds, it is starting to move more off to your east there, going over to velocities. We still have this interesting broad rotation here. Play a loop this. Yeah, definitely curling up there, but let's look at the CC. Not seeing any debris being lofted or anything, which is great. All right, Thompson, you are safe to look out your window. I still don't want you going outside though. You know, that's the progression. You know, you either need to be indoors, right? Or if it's a severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be indoors away from windows because there could be wind-driven hail. You don't want any of that glass to crack and put glass shards in your face or in your eyes. And you know, and then, you know, tornado warnings, you need to be in your safe spot, which is the lowest level of your house, in the most interior room with as many walls between you and the outside, and it's also a storm cellar or a basement. So far, we don't have any tornado warnings. Yeah, that's the latest update on this one. Still a concerning broad rotation here. Definitely going to continue to keep my eye on this one. Back over here. Not really seeing much concern here on the velocities. There does seem to be some elevated winds, but I mean, again, this is like 5,000, 6,000 feet looking up into the storm. Will anything impact North Carolina? Tomorrow. So as these storms, as of right now, the line's kind of right in this area, is going to move forward, and as you can see, there is a 2% risk just north of you. But the models are indicating that North Carolina could see some stronger severe thunderstorms in this area. So if you live, you know, near Durham, Raleigh, Fayetteville, Greenville, New Bern, Jacksonville, Wilmington, Kitty Hawk, definitely need to be weather aware tomorrow. You're not in the 2% tornado risk, which is good in North Carolina, but you know, that could change. But if it does change today, you know, I'll definitely keep you updated. Coming over here. Still a tiny bit of hail just north of Volga. Still upwards to an inch of hail. Still got the tornado possible tag on it. Go to the velocities here. Still nothing really concerning on the velocities as of right now. But the storm hasn't completely died yet. It could just be in its baby stages, or it could be about to die. Who knows? We're keeping an eye on it for y'all. Yeah, the hail near Monticello is basically non-existent at this point. Winds really aren't too strong here. There does seem to be some broad rotation here. Let me but it's not really in the spot you would expect it. So again, we'll come back down the line here, just kind of check in here. Does seem like this is starting to get more more organized here. I got this Boeing segment here. Let me go look at the rotation, because we were starting to notice a little bit of them notches start to form here. Still nothing too concerning. Definitely some heavier winds though going through Bolivar. Not enough to issue a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning, but yeah, I mean, you see these little notches right here. So it's like these little notches right there. Definitely need to watch those areas, because those are kind of where you'll get those brief spin-ups. North here, near Clarksville. This is in Tennessee. Oh, we just got another severe thunderstorm warning. Near Monticello, just west of Monticello. This is this storm. Does have possibly some smaller hail here. Near Rowena, Krellsboro. Look at the velocities. I mean, from this height, you're talking about 40 to 30 miles per hour, but I mean, there's really no point to look at the velocities this high up, because that's not what's happening on the ground. So, because again, all these two storms right here, these are completely in a radar hole. So we're not going to really be able to see much information whatsoever about these storms. But again, if you're just tuning in, guys, trying to reach 700 subscribers today. So I would really appreciate it if you could hit that subscribe button. Really does help out the channel a lot. We're trying to monetize it so I can do this more full time, and we have to reach actually 1,000 subscribers for that to happen. But trying to set a little bit more of a realistic goal for today. So the storm near Paintsville. Is this the right radar? I don't think this is the right radar, is it? No, surely not. The storm near Paintsville, still not seeing anything concerning on the rotations. It does still have a tornado possible tag on it though. And also some decent hail just south of Kerrs here. Gonna go south of Sip and Chandlersville. Or Chandlerville. So if you live in these areas, make sure that you are indoors and away from windows. But I want everybody from Whittensville up to Chandlerville, all the way to Lowmansville, still indoors and away from windows. Watch some Netflix, watch some YouTube, watch me. Just stay away. Stay indoors. That's all you gotta do. I'm gonna go back down here to Montgomery. Back down into Alabama we go. It's like this one is really starting to disorganize here. We do have this weird, very, very broad and weak rotation here, but I mean, it's not concerning at all, really. I will say though that there does seem to be some stronger winds, upwards to 50 miles per hour, coming around the backside of this storm That'll probably, let me see exactly where that's going here. Yeah, that'll be going just north of Sedgefield here. Possibly could extend down into Sedgefield if it organizes anymore. So we'll have to keep an eye on all these storms, obviously. Just got to update, might as well. Might as well zoom back in. So we got 51 miles per hour on the backside there. So we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on this one. Could have some damaging winds on the backside. I know typically when you get that heavier rain, that's when people expect that heaviest wind or rain. But sometimes you can get it on the backside too. I'm seeing some storms down here. What's going on down here? Heavier rain there, moving in from Mississippi into more southern Alabama. Southwestern. And this is all of that warm front, that warmer air being pulled up by this cold front. Looks like they did allow this severe thunderstorm warning just north of Paintsville to expire. That is Paintsville, Kentucky. That one has expired. I'm gonna go check the. I'm gonna check the. Yeah, I already answered Chloe, the human. There is actually some storms coming, according to the HRRR. Actually, no, it's the NAM. According to the NAM, there is a chance of some stronger rain and wind, possibly some thunderstorms in North Carolina. But that's the eastern side of North Carolina. Sorry, just looking here real quick. What about New Jersey? New Jersey, you are close. Actually, there's a little tiny part, Jennifer, of New Jersey that is in this 2% tornado risk for tomorrow. This is tomorrow's threat. So at around 3 to 9 p.m., or after 9 p.m. is what the models are saying, is when the storm's going to be exiting this 2% into the majority of New Jersey, but they were indicating that the storm should be losing strength by the time it makes its way into New Jersey. It looks like they brought this severe thunderstorm back. Huh. Well, just north of Paintsville, the severe thunderstorm warning is back. Just looking over to see if there's any reports on Twitter really quick. Looks like, oh wow. Yeah, not seeing much. Looks like they have extended this severe thunderstorm warning. They took off the tornado possible tag. But they're still saying that there's upwards to a quarter-sized hail. Where do I check Twitter? I check the latest on Twitter. So you just go to the latest tab under the search bar. And then I type in storms or storm. These photos, West Alice. Oh, here's some. I can't show it, but I can retweet it. hopefully my link will pop up in chat here. Thank you, Chuck Bird, for subscribing. I really appreciate it. Doesn't seem like Stream Elements is working. So I'm gonna have to manually put it in my Twitter now. It's always fun. My Twitter is in chat right now. Go check out some tree damage in Wisconsin. Just retweeted it. Okay. So, looks like this hail is about to move into Lowmansville. Hail and wind coming through. So if you live in Ulysses, Richardson, Chapman, Charlie, Norris, Wilbur, Davisville. This is all in Kentucky. Again, Gallup, Chapman, Supplement, Clifford. You guys all just need to be indoors and away from windows. It's like we have another severe thunderstorm warning down here near south and west of Little Rock. So this is just east of Prescott. About to head into Redland. Again, this is Arkansas. Do a quick analysis. Is this the closest we have? So we have another storm, yet another storm in a radar hole. Velocities, yeah, so you can see what they're seeing and why they issued this. There does seem to be some elevated velocities here, upwards to 60 miles an hour. But again, we're looking high up into the storm here. So I cannot tell you, confirm or deny whether or not that these 60-mile-per-hour winds are making it to the ground. But if you live in Boston, Redland, I do want you to be indoors and away from windows. Go back over here to just east of Montgomery. Still have some pretty decent winds wrapping around this guy. And does seem like we have gotten a severe thunderstorm warning for this more southern portion of this storm as well. Kind of got a concerning feature here. On velocities, it's broad, but gonna need to watch this area for rotation. Huh. Second, just investigating the storm. Okay, so that was just some clear air, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. Sorry, that looked concerning, but it's not. Yeah, this new, so they let the one more to the north near Tuskegee to expire. But this one to the south will be moving into Hurtsboro, Seal, Pittsview next. So all you gotta do is be inside and away from windows, and you should be fine. Let's zoom out here, kind of take a broad look here when we're looking at here. Wait for this to load. Get some water. Water is so good. But yeah, as you can see, storms are moving into southern Alabama here. We do have some popping up in Arkansas. A couple severe ones in Kentucky. This line is moving and progressing through Tennessee. Eventually will make its way into Nashville, and the lower part of the line will make it into northern Alabama. Going up into Kentucky, we still have these two. Let's make these frames a little bit smaller here, so we have more current. We do have these severe thunderstorms here in Kentucky. Mainly a hail threat. Some of them had tornado possible tags on them earlier, but they never really did organize into anything tornadic. Some of these storms that could become severe are starting to move into southern Ohio. So Chillicothe, Parkersburg, West Virginia, and Columbus, just south and east of Columbus. Hello, Dallas, the weather guy. How you doing? Again, if you're just tuning in, please consider subscribing. I'm trying to make it to 700 subscribers. That is my new goal. We do this all the time. Always live streaming when there's a tornado risk. So, if you're ever in the path and you're subscribed, my videos will pop up if you're ever on YouTube. And it's free. You don't need cable subscription or anything. You just need to press a button. Actually, you don't even need to subscribe. Yeah, in terms of uppers like Indiana or Michigan, just light to moderate rain here. And barely any rain. In Indiana is mostly dry. There are some scattered showers, but it's mainly just cloudy and a little rainy in Indiana. Looks like we do have a damage report coming in down here. Let's go over to the single site radar, which will give us a little bit better view of this. We have a damage report in Union Springs, Alabama. Several trees down in the area, including Highway 110 and Highway 223. Do you have Alpha? I don't know. If I pull this up, will it like dox me or anything? Hopefully not. Oh. Yes, I do have Alpha. And we're kind of watching this little appendage here. Very broad, but this is kind of like something... This is kind of a scenario where you could see a brief spin up, so I'm just keeping my eye on it. But as of right now, it's not too concerning. We do have some heavier winds, though, on the backside. About to move through Enon, Alabama. And eventually down the line, Spring Hill, Hartsboro, Persons, Colbert, Seal, Pittsview, Glenview. Planning on getting it, but monthly. Planning on getting it monthly subscription. Oh, are you planning on? I think you're meant to say you're planning on getting a monthly subscription. Which I think is, if you want to be as weather aware as possible, I think that is the right thing to do. Radar Omega is an amazing resource. It's literally got everything you could ever want on it. Although, there are other radars. If this isn't your style, or if you want more customizable, there's other options out there. So this is near southeast, or eastern Kentucky over here. Near Ulysses, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning here. Upwards to 1 inch of hail, and that hail is about to move into Ulysses, and then it should move just south of Georges Creek, and just north of Richardson. But the draw the storm track tool, yeah, that can be helpful. It can be. This is what Dallas the weather guy is talking, so I could do this. Or first, always get the speed from here. If they do have it, it's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. You can draw this. Put in 35 miles an hour. And you can see it's going to be in Ulysses in 2 minutes, Georges Creek in 6 minutes, and Benbow in 7 minutes. The one thing that I don't like about it is that it always takes from a point like that. I wish that I could do like a broader swath here and then bring it out to here, but I can't. It always has to be just a point. Okay, so this storm is strengthening again quite a bit. Let me take off this. That hail is now in Ulysses, and it's going to be moving just north of Richardson, and south of Georges Creek here, maybe even getting into Georges Creek. Yeah, we are starting to see a little bit of a strengthening of the inflow here. So there's the inflow. Velocities. Is the velocity behind? No. Okay. Maybe not. It just looks wonky, or it doesn't look wonky. It looks more dangerous on reflectivity than it does velocities, which is good. You know, if there's a type of radar you don't want something to look dangerous on in terms of rotation or tornado potential, it is in the velocities. But we do have some pretty decent hail. It could be an inch and a half hail here going into Ulysses. So definitely need to be indoors, especially if you're down the line in Chapman, Gallup, Perch Orchard, Clifford. Again, we are in Kentucky. Also in Kentucky, let's see. I guess this is the best. We do have these severe thunderstorm warned storms here. Tornado possible on this one. Oh, never mind. They just removed the tornado possible tag as we were clicking on it. Yes, that is mainly what's causing it. It's not just a cool air blast, Dallas, the weather guy, but it's also the fact that there is still a lot of moisture to be pulled in from the Gulf of Mexico, and all that's interacting with each other right now. And in fact, most of these storms right here are forming in that warmer moisture sector, not necessarily interacting with the cold front itself yet. But it is interacting with the shear that is caused by the low pressure system to the north. Which is why we're getting some of these pop-up thunderstorms that have these tornado possible tags as they go up in the atmosphere and, you know, slowly rotate as they interact with that shear. So we need to get an update on this one. And this is eastern Kentucky. And we do have that hail core moving right in between Georges Creek and Richardson. So one thing I want to... Oh, never mind. I did want to go check on the other storms, but we just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This one is just north of 64 here. People in the path of the storm, again, we are in Kentucky. This is actually more northern eastern Kentucky, right along the border of Ohio and Kentucky and West Virginia and Kentucky. But if you live in Hopewell, Honeywell, Old Town, Argylite, Colton, and Cannonsburg, I want you to be indoors and away from windows. Got upwards to inch hail with 60-mile-per-hour winds with this one. You can see the hail core right here, this purple area near Hopewell. Go to the velocities. Got some decent velocities here. Let me check to make sure that's not a glitch. Doesn't really appear to be a glitch. We are kind of far away from the radar. Let's see if we can find another one. It's a little bit closer, maybe. What is this one saying? And they both kind of agree that there's this kind of broad but strong, there is broad rotation with this, very broad, but there's a strong, strong gust of wind here, just north of Grayson. So we're talking upwards to 60, 70 miles per hour. Now, I can't guarantee that that's going all the way down to the ground, as unfortunately this storm is kind of in a radar hole, but this is definitely a severe thunderstorm to be taking serious. So I want you guys indoors and away from windows if you live in this area. Hopewell, Honeywell, Colton, Old Town, Argylite, and Princess. This is, again, northeastern Kentucky. All right, so let's go check on these other ones. Oh, looks like we got another brand new severe thunderstorm warning over here near Nashville. So this is just west of Nashville now. Oh gosh, I just realized I probably... Thank you, John Jackson. I probably need to update my thumbnail, but I probably won't have time. I just realized. All right, so looks like we kind of got like a concerning look on the reflectivity here. Definitely a big line here of heavy rain, possibly some smaller hail. Elevated winds as well, talking 40 to 50 mile per hour. Let's see how far away we are from the radar. We're kind of far from the radar, so, you know, again, I can't really be 100% certain that these are making it all the way to the ground. We don't really have the ground truth for this storm. The velocities on the hook, they're not like too, it's not, I hesitate to call it a hook. It does have that hook-like look, but that could also just be, you know, this cold front interacting with like a, oh, wow. I take that back. The next scan still looks concerning, and it's still in the same place. Thank you for subscribing. I don't know how to say your name, and I apologize. If you can give me the closest English way to say that name, that would be helpful. Get a sonic monitor. What's that? Let me see here. So this is at 340, this is at 342. So the velocity scan is taking a while here to update. But I mean, as you can see, we do have these little, you know, inflows coming in here in this line as the line picks up speed. So we'll have to see. This could be our first tornado threat, potential tornado threat, developing here. Let me check down here. Yeah. In the 2%. So this is in that 2% area. See if the velocities have updated here. Uh-oh. Which one's closer? This one or that one? This one's technically closer, but this one seems to have a pretty decent view on it. And the velocities still have not updated. It's basically a PC monitor, but I want the TV monitor one. Okay. Still waiting on that velocity update. I do want to see what this looks like here on the newest update. Because on reflectivity, it kind of has that look of a QLCS trying to spin up. So I do really want the velocities update here. Okay, so the velocities have updated. We do have, you know, this, it's weaker, right? And broad rotation here. Just gonna check to make sure we're not really seeing anything on the CC drop. This could pick up debris. I'm really not seeing anything concerning there yet. So that's good news, but we're definitely have to keep an eye on this. This is, I think, the most concerning squall line of the day, or not of the day, but of, oh my, wow. I mean, this on radar is exactly what you do not want to see with some of these lines. Again, the velocities aren't really picking up on anything quite too concerning yet, and neither is the CC, which would pick up the debris on the ground as it can tell the different sizes of stuff that's in the atmosphere. Let me just make sure. So that would be a clearing. That wouldn't be any debris. So still nothing really showing, you know, nothing that can confirm, you know, any tornado or anything. But definitely has that concerning look. Again, with these, this is in that risk area for 2% tornadoes. You know, if you are in the path of the storm, again, that's White Bluff, Liberty Hill, Fairview, Prim Springs, Boston, Burwood, Bellevue, and just east. Far western Nashville. You definitely need to be indoors and away from windows. And definitely need to be glued to the screen right now if you're in this area, as this is concerning enough to me to where I'm going to say, you know, definitely need to be focused. Because these storms what they do when they, like these QLCS type tornadoes, what they do when they do form, if they do, is they'll drop very brief and fast tornadoes. Sometimes you won't even see them on a radar scan because radars scan like once every 5 minutes. His name is Gladnikov and Gevny. Okay, thank you. But yeah, if you guys know anybody in Nashville, make sure you're sharing the stream to them. Go to Facebook, share the stream in like a Nashville Facebook group or whatever. Let's try to get people here just to make sure that, you know, we can have everybody that is in the path of the storm be warned and understand the threat of this storm, because, you know, most people, they'll see, oh, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. But this is a tornado possible tag thunderstorm warning. You know, and with these QLCS storms, they can drop tornadoes at any moment, and it'll be brief, but it still can be life-threatening. So I'm still not seeing like any definite indication here of yeah. I just had to check on that really quick. All right. But yeah. So, you know, if we can do that, if we can get this out to the people, as many people as we can in Nashville, that would, you know, I think that is the way that we can work together here and help. 52 people, 55. Yes. It also says seem to be some hail forming here, just north of Bon Aqua Junction. We are going to stick over here unless a tornado warning happens somewhere else. There's a lot of people in the path of this storm, and I just want to make sure that I'm present here, because the chances of them tuning into the stream are higher than maybe somebody that is in the middle of nowhere, just because there's not as a lot of people there. So I want to be here, but, you know, in between scans, we definitely can go around really quick. We'll do rapid fire in between scans. That's what we'll do. Rapid fire. So rapid fire is, I do this. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is in Arkansas, with 1-inch hail, upwards of 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you live in Wayland Springs or just north of Childester, need to be indoors away from windows. And then just north of Shelby here, we do have a little bit of hail. Probably will be moving in just south of Duncan here, and pretty soon. But if you live in Duncan, Shelby, or Alligator, sometimes this hail can move into unpredictable ways, and I want you to be indoors and away from windows there. Go move back over to Kentucky. Do have this storm right here. Some pretty decent hail still on this. This is the biggest hail core I've seen all day. That'll be moving into Clifford, Glen Hayes, and Webb here soon. I'm gonna check the velocities really quick. Not really seeing anything too concerning on the velocities just yet. But you need to be indoors and away from windows, definitely with this, because you could have some big wind-driven hail with this, possibly upwards to probably $half size. A little bit bigger than what that severe thunderstorm warning is indicating in the text there. And again, we have this last storm here in the radar hold of all radar holes, and it just moved through Honeywell, about to move into Argolite, and all you guys need to be in your indoors and away from windows. All right, that was the quick update. Now we're coming back over here to near Nashville, where we're going to be spending most of our time, but every now and then I'm going to be doing. Okay, so we are getting some more concerning rotation here, which is not good. Still hard to tell here whether or not. So let me see if I can find a different view of this storm here. Very messy. Still no tornado warnings. This is a tornado possible. Let me go and just see how this has progressed. This one up here is probably the most concerning, but it's not really like in terms of the CC right there. But I mean, none of these are really like, it's, as you can tell, like if I go over here, like we want to see like a circle, right? Like a small circle-y looking thing that's in these blues. But as you can tell, we're not really getting that in the area, which would be, you know, where this velocity couplet is, where these dark greens are touching these lighter greens. We're not seeing that in the right area just yet. But we are here. We are keeping our eye on it. It's a 2% tornado risk today in this area. It doesn't mean guaranteed tornado, but we are going to keep our eye on it just in case. What monitor do I use? I'm doing this on a laptop, and the monitor on my laptop is a 4K OLED screen. Sorry, if I'm switching through here a lot, it's just because I'm checking all the bands here just to make sure. Because I want to catch, if any of these go tornadic, I want to catch it as soon as it happens. But so far, still nothing that would like indicate like a radar indicated tornado. Awesome. Welcome back. But again, we are in Tennessee. This is just east or west of Nashville. You know, people in the path is Fairview, Fernvale, Oak Tree, Bush Creek, Boston, Burwood, Pasco, Bellevue, Snell, Glen, Kingston Springs, and Cockrell Bend, and Petway. Gotta go notify on Twitter. I followed you on my other Chromebook. Thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, go notify on Twitter. More people we can get in here. Make sure you put hashtags for Nashville in that area. Because then you'll reach the people in Nashville. We don't want to reach the people in California. We want to help warn the people in the path of these storms. Again, this line, an update though, you know, Burns, Dixon, you're no longer in this severe thunderstorm warning. So you guys can, you know, come back out. Or not out, but you don't go outside. But you can look out the window now without really fearing the hail. But, you know, it does, like, all of these little areas of pink here most likely have upwards almost an inch of hail. So that's in between nickel and quarter size hail there. Go look back over here to the velocities. So I have some broader rotations here, but nothing is really tightened up yet. Still looks concerning. Oh, we do have a tornado warning. All right. So just like we thought, this was concerning, and it is. So now we do have a tornado warning. So now the tone changes a little bit. All right. Fernvale, Fairview, Oak Tree, Brush Creek, Craggy Hope, Kingston Springs, P. Graham, Bellevue, Pasco, Sneed Glen, Bellamede, Forest Hills, Darby Glen, Williamson Estates, Highgate, and Monticello. All of you guys are in the path of this tornado warned storm. I want you guys in your safe spots. That is indoors on the lowest floor of your house, on the most interior room of your home, with as many walls in between you and the outside with no windows. If you have a tornado shelter, go to that. If you have a basement, go into there. Hang out there you'll probably only have to be there for 30 minutes max if you're over here near Bellamede, Forest Hill. And you know what you're doing? You're just trading that 30 minutes where you can be watching Netflix in your safe spot, and for a whole lifetime. So that's what I want you guys to do. Get in your safe spots. Let's go back into here, see if we can see what is prompted. It says radar indicated. See what they say. Capable of producing tornadoes and extensive straight line damaging winds. Yes. And here are, if a tornado does briefly form here, it would be in one of these two areas here. Let's go over here, see if we've got any updates on the CC. Check over to the velocity. This will give us an indication of whether or not there's any debris, and I'm still not convinced here that there is a debris signature. But that doesn't mean that there's not a tornado on the ground. Again, we're just getting a brief snapshots of a storm that can produce even more brief. I'm talking tornado on the ground for a minute, which that would happen in between radar scans. So this storm could have a tornado on the ground or produce a tornado at any time. And I want everybody in the polygon to respect this storm. Just be in your safe spot. Thank you, Jennifer Best, for subscribing, and David Hansen, thank you so much for subscribing. We're trying to get to 700. We will see if it's possible. But again, Fairview, Fernville, Bush Creek, Kingston Springs, Pegram, Bellevue, Sneed Glen, going into Nashville. Again, parts of Nashville are in this tornado warning. Bellemeade, Forest Hill, Darby Green, Williamson Estates, Highgate, Monticello. You guys are all in the path of the storm. You need to be in your safe spot. This is a QLCS line, as capable of producing brief spin-ups, but still dangerous tornadoes. And it is tornado warned right now. So, a tornado could be ongoing or about to happen. And so I just want everybody in their safe spots. It's totally worth it. Trust me. It's totally worth it. Again, this line's moving fast. You won't have to be in your safe spot for long. But it's best to be in there. I will tell you this, though. White Bluff, Liberty Hill, the concerning parts of the rotation have passed you. You can come out of your safe spot, but I don't want you going outside or anything yet, because there's still some pretty strong winds happening and some lightning. So I want you to stay indoors, and you still have some hail going on in Liberty Hill. So although the concerning part of the rotation has passed you, you still need to be in your safes or indoors. But everybody else to the east of Liberty Hill and White Bluff still want you into your safe spot. Yes, we have two concerning areas of rotation with this. On the velocities, it's still pretty broad. But with these type of QLCS tornadoes, you don't really need a lot of rotation for a tornado to drop. And in terms of the CC, not really seeing anything too majorly, anything really indicating debris. But again, I have to stress this with these kind of storms, which is, these storms could be dropping tornadoes in between scans. So if one does drop, we might not even see it on radar. So just because I'm not seeing any debris right now doesn't mean there wasn't any debris that was happening right now. Because again, these are just little photos and snapshots of the storm every 2 to 5 minutes. So I still want everybody in their safe spot. Let's go over to here. I'm going to see if I can quickly, in between scans here, find webcam. Oops. Thank you. Oh, okay. I think that's the late subscribers. Or not late, but took a while for it to actually read that. Just setting up something here really quick on the back end. We're in between scans here. Perfect. Okay, so we do have a webcam, and I have it set up. I'm gonna take off this text here. It's in Nashville. Okay. Coming back over here to the radar. Alright, just to make sure we're not getting tunnel vision. We still have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. Holy moly. Okay, next in-between scan thing we are doing is going to be just going over all the other severe thunderstorm warnings. Storm near Ashland, Kentucky looks beefy. Okay. And we still have these stronger winds and the velocities here. We also have some decent, or not decent, but broad rotation with this. I still want everybody in their safe spot. And we do have a webcam, thanks to Birding Peep. And I will be putting her name in chat here briefly as the storm gets closer. But we have a webcam in this area, so as these storms move in this direction, we should have a view on them as they get closer. And we'll just briefly go over to it. There it is. So here's that webcam. Oh, let me move this over a little bit. There we go. And we will keep our eye. Can I move this like this? There we go. Rather have it like that. Perfect. So this is our webcam view. This is Nashville. Thanks to Birding Peep. This is the Birding Peep cam because she is the one responsible for making that map. And we will be putting her name in the chat soon as the storms get closer. Okay. Let me see if we have anything on the correlation coefficient drop here. The CC is running a little bit behind here, about 4 minutes. So we're going to have to wait for that one to update. But again, we still have these two concerning areas of rotation. They could be dropping tornadoes in between scans. So Pegram, Pasco, Sneed Glen, Bellevue, Williamson Estates, Derby Glen, Forest Hill, Belmead, and far western Nashville. I still want all of you in your safe spots. Fairview and Craggy Hope. You guys can come out of your safe spots, but I do not want you outdoors for like the next 20 minutes. Some strong near the storm near Ashland. Since we're in between scans here, I'll go check that out. Okay, so these are the severe thunderstorms in far eastern Kentucky. This northern one's about to pass into Ohio briefly, and then possibly move into West Virginia. And then this one is just now move. Actually, this one is actually moving already into West Virginia. Let's go check out these rotations. Do we have a closer? No, this is. So there's some broad rotation with these. They're not tight yet or really organized, but we will keep our eyes on there. There's definitely some hail here, so that's going to go in between Ironton and Ashland. And also there is some hail going just south of Dunlow, Brabant, and Wilsondale. That's West Virginia. And then this one about to move in between Ashland and Ironton is in Kentucky, about to move into southeastern Ohio. We still have a little bit of time before the next update there over in Nashville. So we're going to go over here. This is Arkansas, and we are northwest of Camden, south of Arkadelphia. And we have some hail moving into Childstir. It's moving southeast. So Camden, East Camden, you're in the path of inch hail, and you need to be indoors and away from windows. And this is the last one. This one's in western Mississippi, just east of Shelby. Did it go through Shelby? No, it went just north of Shelby. It's going to be moving into Baltzer, north of Lombardy, and Parchman. Had to come back, best video. Thank you. All right, so we're back over here. We have covered all the storms, and we're coming back. Mr. Tanks, you subscribed. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We are trying to get to 700 today. It really helps out the channel. Because one day, after we get monetized, we'll be able to do this full time. And we don't have to worry about working DoorDash anymore, which is, it's not too bad. I like DoorDash. I like the freedom of DoorDash, even though the pay is not too great. But this is the latest update, the latest scan here. I'm going to go look, see if we see any debris being lofted. We're not really seeing anything indefinite here. I love weather. I love weather too. Stream Elements. So Stream Elements is a mod, technically. I have to make Stream Elements a mod in order for it to be able to read the chat or the data from my YouTube. Like, tell me these things about, you know, people subscribing or whatnot. But again, Pelgrim, you are like in the most concerning part of the rotation right now. Still want you in your safe spot. Nothing has changed for everyone just east in this tornado warning. I still want all of you in your safe spots in this circle. So the latest stand on the reflectivity, the velocities are lagging behind a little bit. Yeah. I don't think I have any mods in chat. Do I have any mods here? Are any of my mods here? Or did they all leave me? Again, we're going to monitor this as it moves what appears is going to be just south. These two bits of rotation are going to move just south of Nashville here. That's what it looks like. If they keep up. If they keep rotating. So again, where these possible tornadoes would be dropping would be right in these areas here. We have two areas of concerning areas of rotation. We go over to correlation coefficient. We're not really seeing any CC drops that are concerning, but again, these types of storms, these QLCS linear storms, they produce very brief tornadoes. They're typically weaker, on the weaker side, but they're still dangerous. Definitely want to be in your safe spot still. Yeah, neither have I, Blondie. What up, Connor? How you doing? Yeah, hopefully chat's not moving too fast. I can still handle it. Just waiting on the next CC scan here. So I do have the latest one. Again, we're treating like there's tornadoes on the ground here. So, you know, I just, like, there's no confirmation as of right now, but we like to maximize safety here. All right. So I still want all of you guys. All you're doing is trading a couple minutes longer for a lifetime of safety, all right? So still be in your safe spot. What is a safe spot, you ask? A safe spot is the lowest part of your house, the most interior room of your house with as many walls in between you and your outside, a room that does not have any windows, it is not a garage. Also, another safe spot can also be your basement or tornado shelter if you have one. Doing fine, we never got that rain we needed really badly. Yeah. Yeah, a lot. You'd be surprised. There's a lot of the United States. It's like near 70% that is either in, dry or drought conditions right now. This rain's going to be helpful, but it's not going to extinguish the drought for a lot of people, unfortunately. Dangerous storms can sometimes have a positive side to them, which is they help end droughts. But we don't like tornado-warned storms. That we do not like. Pegram, you can come out of your safe spot. Pasco? You can come out of your safe spot as well. Tornado warning for Tennessee. Yes. We're on it, Jennifer. We've been watching the whole time. Again, oh wow, we have a lot of damage reports here just south of Montgomery. We're going to have to go over those. But just to zoom out here, we do still have these severe thunderstorm warnings in southern Ohio and western West Virginia. We still have we have new severe thunderstorm warnings down here southeast of Montgomery, and now in southwest Georgia. We have severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi and in Little Rock. We will go look at these in a second. After we go over the next scan. I'm still not really seeing anything like overly concerning with these yet. So like nothing that indicates that I can confirm it. But again, there is that chance that it drops in between the scans. So we're gonna stay vigilant here, and we're gonna stay in our safe spots. But yeah. Anybody has any questions about this storm, please feel free to ask me in the chat. It is down below the little message-looking button. This one's looking a little bit more concerning down here. Not very tight yet, but you definitely have that stronger winds coming up into the eastern part of the storm, going into Barry's Chapel, Monticello, and Highgate. These storms are moving closer to Nashville, so let's go check out the birding peep cam. So as you can see, this is a view of Nashville. Let me make sure this is up to date here. Yes. Seems to be. Seems like it's frozen. Let me refresh this. There we go. This is the birding peep cam, and this cam is brought to us by the wonderful birding peep who put together this cam. That's her Twitter in the chat. She spent 6 months working on this cam, y'all. Or not this cam, but spent 6 months working on making sure that people can find these cams on a Google map. So go over to her Twitter real quick, give her a quick follow on Twitter to show your appreciation, because now we have a live view looking at this storm, and we probably would have never found this webcam. All right, back over to the radar. We will keep checking back into that cam as it gets closer. That cam's location is right here in Nashville. Still watching this storm. It looks like they allowed that severe thunderstorm warning to expire. You know, I wonder if they'll let this tornado warning expire too. I still think there is a general threat here. that they could drop a tornado, or there could still, like, there could be tornadoes dropping in between scans here. But in terms of, you know, do you freak everybody out in Nashville? They're probably thinking like that. They're like, if we extend the tornado warning, it better be worth it, right? You want to make sure that the storm is still strong and potentially about to produce a tornado, because if not, you could be giving a lot of people a scare. So I'm sure they're thinking about all of that and the messaging around it, which is good. So we'll have to see. You know, there is still some decent rotation down here. We'll watch it. Milwaukee got like, well, 6 reports. Yeah, Connor, 6 reports. So Milwaukee, over near Milwaukee, we had a lot of damage reports and tornado reports. Again, we'll go over all the damage and tornado reports as soon as this expires. We'll see if they allow it to expire or not. It does look like this northern rotation has really died down, which is great news. The southern one seems to be disorganizing, but you know, it's still kind of got that look, so we'll keep an eye on it still. But I do want to check out some of these other storms here briefly. So we got this storm just south and west of Cuthbert, Georgia. Go over into the velocities, not seeing any concerning rotation. Looks like we have tornado possible tag on it. So we'll be popping back in between that tornado warning and this. If you live in Coleman, Cuthbert, Shellman, again, and this is in Georgia, I want you to be indoors and away from windows. And also keep in mind that this storm has a tornado possible tag, so it could drop a tornado. Just not now. Rotation's really not looking too concerning. Update on this storm in Arkansas near Camden. Still got some decent amount of hail, about to move through Camden and then East Camden. So I still want you guys in your safe spots. In Arkansas, taking a look at this one near, let's see, make sure we got the closest radar site. This one's in a big old radar hole. So just east of Shelby here, going into Lombardy, we still have a big old hail core. So Balzer, Parchman Webb, Glendora. This is western Mississippi. I want you guys to be indoors away from windows still. And let's go check to make sure we don't have an extra scan. Okay, we did get a new scan here, so I do want to do another update on this one. So it's just about to move into Nashville. Let's see if we have a view on it. Yeah, you could kind of starting to see it. I think this is that shelf that is starting to poke behind these buildings here. So let me see if I can increase the resolution here. Just give me a second. I'm just gonna do this really quick. Do this really quick. Bring that up. That should increase the resolution pretty much. And just bring that back. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, this is the look from Nashville on this storm. That would be awesome. Not gonna lie. I have a bunch of crazy ideas to push the weather industry into the future. If I got as well known as Ryan Hall, I would not spend it on a crazy studio. I would spend it on a webcam network that spans the entire United States. I would mainly focus on radar holes. Might even purchase a radar. That would. Oh, looks like they did let this tornado warning expire. I also want to make one of the most high-tech drones to ever exist using Starlink, so that I can fly it from from hundreds of miles away, using Starlink and satellites and whatnot. But they did let this expire for Nashville, which is great. Great news. We're gonna go down to look at this, but basically, I want to be able to get an eye on every storm, but with no humans involved. I think storm chasers are great, but at the same time, I think it's very risky. I think it's very expensive. You know, I think it would be better to take the human element out of it so that you can, you know, make sure that everybody is safe. I like to maximize safety. But as of right now, we're nowhere near getting there. But I do have big dreams. So that would be cool. All right, so I'm going to go check back in over at this tornado possible. We're going to stay on this one for a little bit. Oh, since we also have a little bit of free time, I do want to check. So we do have trees and power lines down near Burkeville. That is just south and west of Montgomery. Now south of Montgomery, we have trees blocking US 31. So if you live near US 31, be advised there are trees down and blocking that highway. Thank you for subscribing, Planet Christie. I mean, it's kind of weird because I know everybody loves storm chasers and stuff, but, you know, and nothing against them. I mean, they're going to still be storm chasing whether or not I have a helicopter type drone that I'm controlling from 10 hours away. But if it's associated with my name, I'd rather have the human element out of it because I don't want people getting hurt under my watch. So again, we still have this storm near Coleman here. Let's look at the velocities. They're still pretty broad, so nothing too concerning. There is a tornado possible tag on this one, which means it could potentially organize into a storm that could become tornadic. So I definitely want, you know, people in Coleman, Coles, Cuthbert, Tichla, Goffs Mill, Shellman, Wades, Benevolence. I still want you guys indoors at the very least and away from windows. It's not tornado warned, so I'm not going to ask you to get to your safe spots just yet. But that is what's going on for that. Now, it looks like they have allowed both of these severe thunderstorm warnings in Ohio and West Virginia to expire, which is great. So nothing new for Jersey. Nothing for New Jersey right now. Yes, no. Your threat in New Jersey is going to be tomorrow. The models are indicating that you should catch the weaker side of it, but, you know, the models are kind of inconsistent. You know, they're not perfect. And so, I mean, you do have a 2% right next door to you, and that could shift a little bit more east. It could shift a little bit more west. So, you know, we'll be around until this severe thunderstorm threat really starts to die down. So, you know, if anything changes in terms of the timing or Nashville right now. So you guys were almost in the very eastern part of Nashville. Oh, shoot, you're right. Very eastern part of Nashville, but you are in a severe thunderstorm warning. And this is a look from Nashville. We have a webcam. Possible couplet southwest Alabama. Okay, I'll check that out. But as you can see, that's that heavy rain moving into Nashville right now. This is the shelf. It is facing the right way. Yeah. Yeah, I gotcha. Nashville, Tennessee. So this is in Nashville, as you can tell by the really cool AT&T building. And you can see the storm coming in over the horizon. It's got some heavy rains. We'll probably see the... Oh, it looks like the cam has frozen again. We're going to do a quick refresh. And an interact play video. There we go. But as you can see, this is a live look over... Oops, what am I moving around there? Over in Nashville. Move this to its proper place here. But yes, we will keep watching this as they come in. And again, remember, this is a Birding Peep camp because Birding Peep found this for us. We're always going to give her credit whenever we can because it's awesome. I would have never known about this webcam without her. All right, back over here to the radar. You can see that in Nashville, that line is approaching, as you can see. Our cam is located right about here. So we'll be watching that come in here. Probably within the next 5 minutes, we'll watch it as it moves in. The Nashville storm has a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust tag. Oh, wow. And it still has the tornado possible tag as well. They did allow the tornado warning to drop, but tornadoes are still possible with this. And you can kind of see here too, we're starting to get a Boeing segment here. And that's going to be moving off near Smyrna. And Nashville's going to get probably some of the weaker, like relative to this entire storm system, it's going to be getting some of the weaker things here. But I'm going to go back over to, we're going to watch this storm move to Nashville. Wow. Oh, you can see some lightning there. Again! Everybody say, thank you, Birding Peep, in chat. Okay, I will check that out, that couplet behind the scenes here. So we watch that storm move in. You say in South? In Alabama? Okay. I will check it out. I'm here. I'm looking. South there's only one. Is that the severe warn storm or is it another storm? Yeah. I think that's a glitch caused by hail. I don't think that that's actual rotation. We do have some broader rotation with it. Looking from the radar in Mobile, some broad rotation, but I'm pretty sure that that little indication of stronger rotation was a glitch or contamination, as they call it. Lasted for like 2 scans. Yeah, it's in a radar hole, and so typically you can get some weird glitches when that happens, or so. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that one. And there you go. The shelf cloud has moved in, and now the wind and the rain are next. Severe warn storm. Yeah, I just looked at it behind the scenes. It doesn't look like concerning rotation to me. It looks like contamination. And the rain is starting to fall, and you can see the wind start to move these trees here. As some of that rain hits the camera. As the storm starts to move in. Oh, wow. Those trees are really moving. Let's leave some 30. Maybe, yeah, 30-mile-per-hour winds coming through right now. On that tornado possible storm. Is that the one in Georgia? Let me look at that behind the scenes here. Yeah, there is some... It's broader and pretty weak rotation. The one in Georgia. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's pretty weak. And pretty broad. But it's definitely worth keeping an eye on. Oh, wow. Really starting to come down here in Nashville. So these are the reason why I'm showing you this is so that if you're down the line of these storms, these are the kind of conditions that you can expect. Lots of lightning, lots of wind, lots of rain, and possibly a brief tornado or two. This is that heavy part of the rain band now moving in here. Let's go back over to here. All right. So this is the storm in southwest Georgia. On the reflectivity, it looks kind of messy. It does have this little bit of rotation here. It's not tight. It's really not that strong of rotation. Pretty broad and pretty weak. But the fact that the storm is capable of producing any type of rotation is worth watching. This is a severe thunderstorm warned storm. It has, upwards in between nickel and quarter-sized hail. Oh, not quarter-sized, in between penny and nickel-sized hail with winds up to 60 miles per hour. So, we've already told you guys to get inside and get away from windows, and that still stands if you live in Cuthbert, Goffs Mills, Shellman, Pachitla. And again, this is in Georgia. Take another look at this guy here. Still no concerning rotation on that one. But Thomasville, Pine Hill, Lower Peachtree, Nettleboro, Pleasant Hill, Choctaw Corner. Again, this is just south of Demopolis in Alabama, north of Grove Hill. Definitely need to be indoors. There does appear to be some hail with this, upwards, again, between penny and nickel-sized hail. Still need to be indoors and away from windows. It seems like... let's go here, actually. Yeah, it seems like this one is in a pretty intense radar hole. Looks like we got some other storms. Pretty isolated storms here. Just east of Jackson, Mississippi. And an update for north of Camden in Arkansas. Looks like the hail is going so far. Let's see here. Just north of you, and is mainly going to be going over East Camden. It's upwards to 1-inch hail. Probably smaller than that at this point. And that is the latest update on all of those. We just got this big line here of severe of rain and thunder, possibly some hail down here south of Hohenwald. But as you see, we have this bowing segment here, and this is why this storm is severe warned, as we are getting upwards to 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, about to go into La Vergne, and Smyrna. Looks like that line has moved through Nashville, or at least the central downtown Nashville area, and it's going to be moving into Donaldson next. So, okay, so I want to go over here. So, check this out. So, the tornado risk is all down here. Let's go bring up the tornado risk for today. I just want to show you all something real quick. Here's the tornado risk for today. Oh my gosh. We actually have a 5% risk. So they updated this. We actually have a 5% risk now for tornadoes in Mississippi. So we're going to have to keep our eye on this area. Unfortunately, though, this entire area that's in the 5% risk is in a radar hole. So it's going to be hard to track these storms and to keep an eye and to figure out exactly what they're doing. Let's look at yeah, so this is those storms that we were looking at earlier. So we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on this area in Mississippi. So this is a 5% tornado risk within a 25-mile radius. I thought these storms were looking a little wonky. But yeah, so that is the new update. We have now a 5% tornado risk in Mississippi. So that's an updated from earlier. It was only a 2%, but we had a 0% chance of tornadoes up here, according to the SPC. And as you can see, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado reports and a bunch of damage reports. Trees down, power lines down, large trees down, 1-inch tree limbs broken, shingles being ripped off, large limbs down, 73 mile per hour winds recorded, with numerous trees and branches down, a 60 mile per hour wind reported. So this technically wasn't supposed to happen, but it did. So that's why we're staying vigilant. As this storm has surprised us once, and it's surprised us now twice, as they have upgraded the risk here in Mississippi to a 5%. Rotation in southwest Georgia is a little bit tighter now. Let's go look at that. So still a messy storm, though. I guess that's a little bit tighter. It's a little bit tighter, but it's also a lot. I wouldn't say it's tighter at all, actually. It's a lot weaker rotation than it was before. So this storm, in terms of the rotation, is actually dying down, not picking up. But I still want you guys indoors and away from windows if you're in the path of the storm in Georgia. Your city is on the screen.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Rechecking on this one near Thomasville. Just doing a quick little check here. Okay, that's in the clear slot, so probably just some hail getting brought into the inflow, or some debris. Well, not debris, but some dust. Tornado possible tag near Bowling Green. So did we get a new one? So we got a new severe thunderstorm here near Bowling Green here, south of Glasgow. About to go over Austin, Kentucky. We're in Kentucky. Does seem to be some weird rotation there. It's pretty weak, but it's tight. And you can say that about all of these little notches here. So we got one here, one here, one here. So I would watch all three of those. Let's go check to make sure there's no CC in these areas. Does not appear to be, but if you live in Austin, Peter Creek, Tracy, Atoli, Lamb, Mount Herman, 88, Bristoltown, Haywood, I want you guys all indoors and away from windows, and I want you to be conscious. Again, this is in Kentucky. I want you to be conscious that this storm does have a tornado possible tag on it, so you need to be aware because the situation could change pretty quickly and tornado warning could be issued, so just be aware there. And again, the new update in Nashville still seems to be moving through the eastern portion of Nashville, but the main concerning part of that line is to the south of Nashville, still about to move into Lavergne and Smyrna. So I still want you guys. Looks like it's moving through Lavergne right now, and again, these are pretty elevated winds, so need to be taking it seriously. Need to be indoors and away from windows. But this is where I'm interested in these storms. Look at that. I got that little bean shape. Not looking too concerning yet, but they're still baby storms. time is it? How long? We've already been live for 4 hours. Oh my. Again, if you are just tuning in, I would really appreciate it if you hit the subscribe button. We're trying to get to 700 followers today, or subscribers. And if you want to go above and beyond, my Venmo is down by the green little thing with the V. That's my Venmo. If you want to donate that way, you totally feel free. Helps support the channel, helps put food on the table, as I am not a rich man. I am actually a very, very poor man, but I'm doing my best. But I want to be here for you guys. Long term, not just now, but years and years into the future. We're going to be doing this until I die. Or, yeah, I mean, YouTube might not always be a thing, but there will be other platforms. Hello, Judes Blogs. How are you doing? Oh my goodness. Proxima with a $50 donation. Wow. That is one of the bigger donations I have ever gotten. And I appreciate that so much, Proxima. Thank you. I will definitely make sure. Oh, I appreciate it. I totally appreciate it. I mean, it's people like you that allow people like me to stream full time. And it's not just that. I mean, obviously, as I grow the channel and we get more subscribers and some of these live streams and my videos get more views, I'll be able to sustain just off of that, you know. But, you know, we're starting small and we're growing here. But anybody's support, it definitely helps. I'm not going to be one of those guys that's going to be like, you don't have to do that. Because I do, like, I'm broke. Like, I'm super broke. I have taquitos in the fridge that I gotta eat. You know, I would get more healthy stuff, but I can't afford it. I just, you know, I got hit hard financially with all the stuff that's going on right now in America. So, you know, I appreciate the support, and I'm saying this just to let you know how far it goes, and it goes really far, and I really appreciate it. I really do. I don't have anybody to support me but myself, so I appreciate it. Awesome. Well, you know, we're all starting a journey together, Proxima. Blondie, Judes, everybody else that's here, Mr. Tanks, Alicia, Jaden. You know, we're starting this journey together. And we'll be here with every tornado threat, with every hurricane that makes landfall. And we'll be here for years. As long as I can do it. Update on the storm near Nashville. Seems like we do have a new severe thunderstorm rolling through Hendersonville, near Mount Juliet and LaGuardia. Eventually down the line going into eastern Lebanon. How about snow and ice storms? Yes, we will be covering the snow and ice storms as well. And in fact, birding peep will become even more important then. Birding Peep is someone who helps out a lot because she has this gigantic map full of all of these webcams, and we'll be able to watch the snow as it falls. This is where we got this webcam from, which is in Nashville. So that'll be really helpful during the snow season, like big time. I wonder if she recognizes how big of a help that's going to be. I'm going to try to make sure that I give her credit as much as I can, because, I mean, she's a big help. Thank you, Sonomi Kumiko. Chemical. Evan, what? What? Are you surprised? Alright, going over here. Update on Camden. Looks like the worst of the hail has moved through East Camden. There might be another storm starting to form back here near Chidester. But mainly the storm and the threat is moving on forward here with 60-mile-per-hour winds upwards to an inch of hail going into Hampton and Harrow over the next 30 minutes. So if you live in these areas, make sure that you are indoors and away from windows. Alicia Johnson, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Oh my goodness. He said, thanks, a little gas help. Thank you. Gas is starting to get concerning again, guys. It's like my like when I'm not live streaming, I'm door dashing. And when gas gets higher, stuff gets rough, man. Like in my car has a small gas tank. Wow, this is actually quite a bit of a hail core here. But it was costing me like upwards to $50 to fill my Mini Cooper's gas tank up. Not a lot of rotation, but you're definitely seeing some bigger hail here. Upwards to 1.75 inch hail here, just north and east of Brooks, going into Somerville, Sisloff Junction. Didn't know you stream too. Oh yeah, definitely stream. Definitely are streaming right now. And again, we got this whole line here. I mean, you know, it's not just these severe thunderstorm warnings that are, you know, of concern. You have a big line of heavy rain and lightning too. You know, I don't really, if I was in Mount Pleasant or Lawrenceburg or Loretto or Florence, Alabama or Belmont, Mississippi, you know, or Pontotoc or Tupelo, be indoors. Even though there isn't a severe thunderstorm warning, I'd still be indoors. Update on this tornado possible just north of Austin going into Peter Creek and Bristoltown in Kentucky, southwestern Kentucky. Rotation is not really tight with this one, I'm gonna be honest. So that's good news. So even though there is a tornado possible tag on it, I'm not convinced that we are getting a tornado imminently, which is good. But there are still some pretty heavy winds. I definitely do want you guys indoors and away from windows. Really coming down here in Mount Juliet. Ah, yes, it is really coming down there. You are not lying. Looks like you are in a tornado possible tag storm as well, Planet Christie. Mount Juliet, let's see. Not seeing any really concerning rotation, but take that with a grain of salt as this storm is still is pretty close to a radar site, so it's going to be a little glitchy. But as it moves further away, unfortunately, I don't think there will ever be a storm that won't be glitchy around your area, which sucks. But what I can tell by the storm from the north is that there does seem to be some pretty elevated winds that you are experiencing right now, along with the rain and also some lightning. So hopefully you're indoors and away from windows, because you don't want to be near the windows, as you know, things can come through it like hail, maybe some debris. The winds are pretty gusty. Wind damage near Mount Olive, Kentucky. Trees down on US 62. Damage to a barn roof. Where'd you hear that from, Jaden? Let's see. Is that, that's in Kentucky, you said? Is this it? Oh, yeah. So, here it is. Robertson County, near Mount Olivet, Kentucky. Trees are down on Route 62, just west of Sardis. Damage to a barn roof. Now, barn roofs, to be honest, or at least the barn roofs around where I live in Alabama, they're usually like 40 to 50 years old, so it's not that impressive that a barn roof got knocked off in terms of like the how high the winds are. So, but unless it was just built recently, which usually isn't the case. But oh look, we got a little outflow boundary here. Little outflow. Oh, it could be a warm front. I'm gonna check back in with these storms near this 5% risk here, just to make sure they're not up to anything suspicious. No. Lauren Robertson, just found your stream, only live I saw. Thanks, North Tennessee here. And the thunderstorm with wind helps when you tell us what state you were talking about with each time you do a close-up. Helps. Yeah, I did realize that pretty early on. It's very important because I started noticing there's a lot of, like, especially when you're doing national coverage, there's a lot of different like areas that have the same name. And, you know, you could be, oh, hold on. It's looking a little bit concerning, but it's probably just hail contamination. So we were in Arkansas here, just south and east of Camden. There's some broad rotation. I'm gonna let this play out a little bit over a couple more scans. Just to make sure this is not like some sort of contamination. Hey, we finally have a mod here. It's the Mod Mom. Here we are up in Kentucky, just east of Bowling Green here. And unfortunately, I'm trying to get a better radar view on this one. So I think this one's a tornado possible. Yeah, still very broad and weak rotation here. Elevated winds. You know, I still want you guys in the path of the storm in 88 to be in your safe spot. How many states have the same town names? Oh, sorry, you said many states. Yes, many states do. Thank you for subscribing, Lauren. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jude, for subscribing. Yeah, sorry, like my bot is supposed to tell me every time somebody subscribes, but sometimes it doesn't. And I really don't like that. I need to figure out how to fix that. Yeah, I got you, Jude. I appreciate you too, Lauren. You know, I mean, just the fact that you're here and you're watching means you trust me for your coverage, and I appreciate that you trust me to do that. So here we are in Tennessee, just east of Nashville here. Mount Juliet, the worst of the winds should be past you by now, and the rain will start to really calm down here in the next couple of minutes. There is some lighter rain on the backside of this that will be coming through, but the main thunderstorm threat for Mount Juliet is about to end. Still don't want you outside. There could be some lightning strikes around you, but that is the newest update for near Nashville. And just down here, looks like they expanded this severe thunderstorm quite a bit here. So if I go to velocities, hard to really tell what's going on there. Do we have another? This is the kind of that Boeing segment that we saw in the models earlier today. And but this line is about to move. Let's see what they're saying about this. So we have 60-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado is possible. In terms of like rotation, I'm not really seeing anything too concerning yet for the tornado threat with this line, but there is some gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour. So I want everybody in Murfreesboro, Noreen, Watertown, Milton, east of Woodbury to also be indoors and be away from windows. Yeah, that's the goal, is to get to 700 subs. That'd be crazy if we reached 700 subs tonight. I don't think it's possible. The most subs I've ever gained in one live stream, I think, was like over 100, but I had like 400 people watching. It's really hard to get over 100 subs in one. Oh, looks like we have 2 tornado warnings down. Oh, not tornadoes, sorry. I don't know why I said tornadoes. It's my apology. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings down here near this 5% tornado threat. That's why I said it, because I was thinking, oh, it's near the 5% threat. Let's go look over here to the velocities. I'm seeing a little bit of broader rotation here. It's in the right spot. So very broad and very weak with these storms. Slowly, let's see which direction they're moving. They should be moving due east here. Yeah, they're moving east. This one's taking a little bit more of a northerly track, which is a little bit concerning to me, as it's deviating, as that means it's probably picking up into some of this this greater shear in the upper levels. And you can see it's also dropping some decent amount of hail just east of Walnut Grove. And again, we are in Mississippi with this. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning near Forest. So if you live in Shingleton Settlement, Tennesse Settlement, and Lawrence in Mississippi, need to be indoors away from windows. And if you honestly, this one's going a little bit more north than with this severe thunderstorm track is originally indicated. So, you know, if you live in Madden, Coldwater, you need to be indoors away from windows. And High Hill, looks like you're about to get some of that 1.25 inch hail, which is a little bit bigger than quarter size, nearing half dollar size. Not wrap at 700. We also have another storm forming up here. It'll be interesting to see if this one taps into the same environment as the other ones. Look at this storm up here. Where is the... This is... It's kind of crazy. You know, to be honest, it's embarrassing. If you're a weather person and you're watching storms and you can't tell anybody what's going on with a storm because it's in the middle of a radar hole, it's embarrassing. It's like, I'm supposed to be like scientists. I don't have the data and tools and need to keep the public safe. That's crazy. I wish there was more radars. Anyways, the update near Glendora. Again, we are still in Mississippi. This is western Mississippi near Cleveland. Just east of Drew and Brooks. If you live in Whitehead, Glendora, Distal, Massel, Hugo, Leverett, just south of Shark Key, you still need to be indoors and away from windows. You only need 45 more people to reach 700? Are you kidding me? Really? Wow. I had no idea we gained that many subs today. Thank you for subscribing, Juan and Douglas. I appreciate it. That's pretty cool. Okay, an update on this one. This one's still got hail. I'm telling you, this one's been hailing for a while. Still upwards to quarter-size hail, nearing Hampton and Harrow. Probably will be making it over there in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So I want you guys indoors, away from windows. Keep your hands, feet, small children, and dogs inside the house and away from windows at all times. It's like the roller coaster announcer or whatever when you're at a theme park. This one up here, I think, still has a tornado possible tag on it, south of Glasgow in Kentucky here. This is southern, eastern Kentucky. Still got that very broad rotation. Still not tight enough, though, to really concern me. Alright, so we've gone back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. We've seen all these reports on Twitter. I'm curious. Are we seeing anything? Do we have any videos or photos that I could show you guys of these storms. Birding Peep, are you watching right now? Just wondering. Because Birding Peep has been posting some cool stuff on Twitter, but I need to make sure I have her permission before I show it. I don't know what's going on. Typically, when I type in storms into Twitter, I usually see stuff. Oh. Okay, so we've got something I can show you guys real quick. Let's go over here. Oh, scares me every time. Okay, awesome. But here is Porter Johnson. He just posted this on Twitter. It's a line of storms moving into Cherokee, Alabama. As you can see, there's this little shelf here. Heavier rain over here out to the right in the backside here. You can see this is where the updraft would be right here. Very cool. Dark and ominous clouds moving into Cherokee. Luckily, there's nobody doing football practice. Ah, dang it. Hate it when that happens. But since we have permission from the Birding Peep herself, we'll go check out the cool little posts that she's done. So let's go back over here to the news report. So first what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this, I'm going to copy it, I'm going to put it in chat. Guys, this is Birding Peep's Twitter. If you could do me a favor and give her a follow, come over to her page, like, retweet some of her stuff, support her as she is a big help on this stream, and I really want to build her up as I build up as well. But as you can see, this is a nice shelf cloud on Radar Omega Tuscumbia, Alabama live cam. This is in Tuscumbia, Alabama, and as you can see, where this little arrow here, or where my pointer is pointing, that is the shelf cloud and the heavy, heavy rain right behind it. Again, a Birding Peeps link to her Twitter is in my chat. Please click on it. Just hit the follow button. It takes a couple seconds. Here is, ooh. So we have a cool look at the storms near Mount Pleasant, but it seems we have a time lapse here that I'm super excited to click on. Whoa. Dang. That was a great catch, Birding. Wow. I'm gonna like or retweet that one. I'm gonna like and retweet all of these, actually, just to get them all out there as good as possible. Screenshot of Mount Pleasant. I'm not gonna like and retweet that one. I'm just kidding. I will. Retweet them all! Oh my gosh, you've been posting. I feel guilty showing all of this. Are you sure I can show every single one of these clips, Birding? All right. This is the reason why we try to get Birding as much recognition as possible, because she is so nice. And look at this. She does all of this hard work behind like in the looking at these webcams, finding all these clips that we can watch and show everybody what's going on the ground, which is super helpful. So this is 28 minutes ago from Birding Peep, and as you can see here, this is rain and traffic. Thunderstorm warning, and there's possible kinks. All right, so we will exit out of this. Again, y'all, Birding Peep on Twitter. Her link, I'm going to repost her link into the chat. Go follow her. We're going to go back to looking at the weather, though. Thank you, Cassandra, a.k.a. Birding Peep. Where did you say that was? Tag. Where is that, Jaden? Let's see. Tornado possible. Yeah, there's a lot of tornado possible tags. Lots of them. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings. How many do we got? Are all these severe thunderstorm? Okay, we have 13 severe thunderstorm warnings. So we're going to do some rapid fire here. We're really trying to cover as many storms as possible in between the scans. So I'm going to be talking a little bit here. So here we are in Kentucky. Coming in here, this is Pierce, Kentucky. This is a tornado possible tag. If I go over to the velocities, as you can see, there is some decent rotation, not gonna lie. It's not super tight, but you know, the actual speed of the rotation is impressive to say the least. Also up here, there's some decent rotation too. But this is the one with the tornado possible tag on it. Still a severe thunderstorm warning, but if you live near Beachville, Little Barron, Lyletown, East Fork, Newt, Thurlow, or Pierce. How long am I going to be live for? As soon as my voice gives up, that's going to be when I'm off air. That is always my limit. I will never get off air when there's a tornado warning. If there's a tornado warning, I don't care if my voice hurts or not. I'm going to keep going. The update down here, just east of Nashville, we do have what appears to be like upwards of 60 mile per hour winds moving through Lebanon. Hartsville, you're next on that. Down here near Murfreesboro, Tennessee, we have a decently strong line. Go back over to the reflectivity. About to move through Noreen, Milton, Woodbury, Waterton, Tennessee. I want all of you to be in your safe spots. I'm not safe spots, sorry. To be indoors, away from windows. If you want to be in your safe spot, you can. So I check back down with these guys, make sure they're still organizing here. Are you getting hungry? Okay. What app is this? This is Radar Omega. All right, guys, I'm going to feed my dog real quick. It's going to take me, it's going to take me like 30 seconds. So just hang in there. I'll be right back. 30 seconds. And I'm back. I got something. I got water. Lauren, you stay safe as well, and I hope that you get well soon. I have had it too, so I understand how bad it can get. Get you some rest. Rest is the most important thing when you're sick. This storm is still in a radar hole here. It's hard to tell exactly what it's doing. It does seem to have some broad rotation, but I can't say for sure. This one over here, man. It's got some pretty tight rotation. No tornado possible tag on it, though. Not tight, but it is strong, I'll say. It's strong rotation, but it's not tight. But again, this one's also in a radar hole. We're looking pretty high up into the storm. It's hard to tell if that's making it all the way down to the ground, but... yes, there's a lot of them. Trust me, I'm trying to cover all these as much as possible. Okay, so we already covered those. I'm gonna go back to Georgia here, check on this one. So, just near Shellman and Dawson, we have a severe thunderstorm warning with hail upwards to nickel-sized. Traveling due east here. So if you live near Shellman and Dawson, make sure that you are indoors and away from windows. So we have a new severe thunderstorm near Tupelo. Just north of Tupelo. Winds aren't really up there, but it seems to be that we got some hail. That's so annoying. Like, how do I click on the screen without that happening? Anyways. Near New Albany. Zoom in here. Looks like New Albany just went through it. Mound City, Reese, Blue Spring, Sherman, Belden, Northwood Estates, Saltillo, Guntown, Chapelville, Unity, Moorville. Want you guys all indoors away from windows. Definitely have some hail with this storm, up to an inch. Not seeing any dangerous rotation with this one yet, so that's good. But you definitely need to take this storm seriously. Be indoors. It's really all you gotta do. So Radar Omega, $8. Radar Omega, depending on which tier of subscription you have, it can be, you know, $5, I think, to $14, $15 a month. Update on the storms near Nashville. Still have wind upwards to 60 mile per hour. Tornado is possible with this one. Not very concerning on the velocities, but you know, I still want everybody indoors if you're in the path of the storm in Woodbury and Waterton. Again, this is in Tennessee. Just north of this one, we have a storm that just moved through Hartsville. We're gonna be going through Difficult, Kentville, Carthage, and Gordonsville. Again, this one's still tornado possible, still 60 mile per hour winds. Now we are over in Kentucky. Looks like the storms have moved through 88. I'm about to move through Mount Hernan. Let's look at the velocities on this one. Decent wind. This one is tornado possible, but it's not really showing up on the rotation and the velocities, so that's good. I think that one's gonna fall apart, to be honest. This one is also tornado possible, just so you know. I have a channel, it's Jennifer Best. I'm a boy doing YouTube videos. Oh yeah. I would appreciate it if nobody self-promotes in my chat. So here's one that also has a tornado possible. Man, do we have a better radar for these? So many of these storms are in radar holes. Here we go. Yeah, definitely. This is probably the most concerning rotation of most of these storms. So again, we are in Kentucky. South, really like south, kind of eastern Kentucky. Well, I guess it's just kind of south central Kentucky. This is definitely probably some of the more concerning rotations. They're not really tight. They're still broad. But, you know, we're definitely going to need to keep an eye on these. I'll probably bounce back to these ones more than I do other ones, just to make sure they don't do anything too crazy. But if any of these storms gets tornado warned soon, it would probably be one of these if I had to guess. But as of right now, the rotation... What's the matter, Chess? You coughing? Did you drink too much water? Yeah, alright. He's okay. I can confirm the dog is fine. Just had drink too much water. Alright. Those will be in your neck of the woods soon. Where's that? Oh my goodness. Why am I on this screen? So sorry. My apologies. I didn't mean to be on that scene. I totally forgot to switch scenes. Yay for the doggo. I agree. I hate it when he coughs, but he does that all the time. He'll drink too much water, and then he'll go down the wrong pipe, and then he'll start coughing. Looks like they did allow that severe thunderstorm warning in Georgia to expire, which is good news. So we got some stronger winds popping up at this one. Just east of New Albany. Definitely picking up. Upwards to 40 miles an hour here. So, you know, if you live in Saltillo, Guntown, you're in the path of this storm. You need to be indoors and away from windows. Super easy. Super easy. Check back in with these. This one is in the 5% risk area. Let's see what they're saying here. They usually have some. 20Z update. The main change includes 5% tornado risk across portions of northern and central Mississippi. Latest observations show a westward advancing boundary, likely related to outflow from earlier day. Convection has stalled. There are some backed low-level winds, and surface dew points have climbed into the 60s. So more moisture, more lower-level shear, making the atmosphere more unstable. Looks like we're gonna have a couple hours of favorable overlap of moderate low level instability, and the tornado potential may be locally higher within this corridor ahead of the front. So we will keep our eye on this area. So far, I'm not really seeing much concerning rotation as of right now, which is good. The threat hasn't really materialized as of yet. There is, though, some tighter but not really strong rotation here north of Ruby, moving south and east. So we'll have to watch all of that. But as of right now, sorry, really starting to feel it all of a sudden. And we still have this broad rotation over here. This has been going on for quite a bit. If I put this is in Arkansas. If I put that in motion, you can see that there was this period where it got pretty strong there. But wasn't ever tornado warned. I didn't see a CC drop, so that might be why they didn't tornado warn it. And again, we're looking at this storm so high in the atmosphere. Hard to tell. Oh, I just really started feeling it. I might take a break here for like 30 minutes. Or like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. We'll do a 15-minute break here. If a tornado warning does happen, though, I'm going to break out of that 15-minute break. But stay tuned. I mean, listen, this is what I'm going to do for y'all. As I understand it, I'm possibly like one of the only people live right now, so I will keep the large view here of and keep it in motion here for y'all. But if there's a tornado warning, I will be back, but at max it'll be a 15-minute break. I have to relax my voice here. I've been streaming for 5 hours already, and I've been talking almost every second of those 5 hours. So if y'all could just allow me to take a little 15-minute break here, I will be back. Set a timer. If you don't want to sit around on the stream while I'm gone, that's fine. I totally understand. Set a timer. I will be back. And if a tornado warning happens, I'll be back earlier. But I'm going to take a small break just to rest the voice. Oh, and make sure you subscribe. We do this all the time. Anyways, all right, now I'm gone. We are back after a much needed break. All right. It's like some of the severe thunderstorms have been allowed to expire. Currently, there are no severe thunderstorms. Hello, funny family. I'm guessing it's you that's back. Thank you. Thank you. Broad overview here. As you can see, we'll start off with the top and move down to the bottom. There's light wet rain moving through Wisconsin after the crazy kerfuffle we had there earlier today. Also, we have some light rain moving through Michigan. You know, I wonder. Still no snow. There's a possibility of snow over in northern Minnesota. We'll keep an eye out for that. Go back over to the reflectivity here. Light rain in Michigan, light rain in Indiana, heavier rain down here in southwest Ohio. And then also, man, I'm losing my voice. That's crazy. Thank you for subscribing, 2000 Babel. Appreciate it. Just east here of Lexington, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. And that is for just east of Hillsborough, going into Ryan, just north of Highway 64. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for Kentucky. That is the only severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. We have this Boeing Echo here, but it's not producing enough winds for the National Weather Service in this area to be too concerned, which is good news because we were dealing with the tornado warning just west of Nashville earlier today. So luckily, this line has calmed down in terms of the tornado potential as of right now. So close to 700. Yes, we are close to 700. We are like 40 subscribers away from 700 subscribers. So if you could help us reach that goal for today and hit that subscribe button, that would help out a lot. And then, so this line of thunderstorms is moving into northern Alabama as of right now. It will be in the Huntsville area in approximately 30 minutes to an hour. Yes, our mega goal is 1,000. We'll get there eventually. If it keeps going at the pace it is now, it could be, 6 streams from now, we could be at 1,000 subscribers, which would be absolutely insane. And then moving over to Mississippi, we have a severe thunderstorm warning on the southern end of the line here near Tupelo. We have a severe thunderstorm warning just south of Grenada. We also have some severe thunderstorm warning just east of Forest here, and that is west of Meridian. Pretty big storm over near Meridian as well. Moving down even further south, Mississippi, just east of Macomb, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning near Liberty, moving northeast towards Auburn. In northern Louisiana, or I guess more central Louisiana, we now have a severe thunderstorm warning there, just north of Ball, going into Pollock. Well, White, Sulphur Springs, and Magnolia are next in the path of this one. And just northeast of El Dorado, south of Harrell, this is in Arkansas, and this is moving southeast, has upwards to quarter-sized, almost half-dollar-sized hail, moving at 60 miles an hour. Yes, I meet all the goals other than 1,000 subs. I already have 4,000 watch hours. And that is all the severe thunderstorm warnings as of right now. We do have a 2% risk for Alabama, and this is 2% risk of tornadoes, 25 miles per 25-mile radius of anybody that lives in this area. So that's Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia. And we have a 5% risk here in central to eastern Mississippi. So that is going to be our greatest watch area here as we move forward. Thank you, Jimmy Koba, for subscribing. That is one more towards our goal to 700. I really appreciate it, Jimmy. But yeah, so now we're going to now since we've done the overview, we're going to go to our more in-depth radar here. And this one near Tupelo, tell you what, it's got a decent amount of hail. Moving just south of Saltillo. That will be moving through Northwood Drive, Moorville, and Unity soon. So I need all you guys indoors and away from windows, as this one is wind-driven, and it's got some pretty decent-sized hail. Not well, wind's less than 50 miles per hour, so the winds aren't too elevated, but the hail is. So if you're in the path of this hail, which would be Northwood Drive, maybe just north of Moorville, might get down south enough to make it into Moorville. And Unity, I want you guys all be indoors and away from windows. Yeah, it's a big storm. Let's see here. Still confused on which radar to use for this storm. Let's see, I'll go to the velocities here. Yeah, I can't see anything on that radar. Let's try this one. See a little bit here. Very broad and weak rotation on this one. Not to make it in this 5% zone, but it was a lot stronger earlier, and it's dying down here, so it's interesting. These storms are also a lot stronger, but they seem to not be able to really organize too well before they die. We'll have to watch this one, as it's directly in that area where the most instability is going to be, but as of right now, I'm not really seeing anything too concerning rotational-wise. Well, this one right here is interesting. Let's see if that's in the right place. It's tornado warning. Any... Yes, there was a tornado warning near Nashville. No confirmation on whether or not there was a tornado on the ground or not. But it was concerning. There was actually 2 areas of rotation there. There's also a area of tighter rotation here. It's kind of in the right place. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. It's not in the 5%, but it's near it. It's in the 2%, so we'll keep an eye on that one. A lot of these isolated thunderstorms out here. Luckily, the shear environment in this area isn't really too conducive of... I'll tell you what, this storm right here has been the severe thunderstorm warned for quite a while now. All the way through Camden, coming down here. It's just been producing hail and hail and hail. It's now moving south of Jersey here. It'll be going into Hilo here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. This is again in Arkansas. And it will be moving into Hilo. That is really the only city that's in the path of this hail. The hail is going to be quarter to $half size hail. This one down here is mainly just going to be a hailer here. Could have some wind gusts upwards to 60 miles per hour, but we're talking about penny to nickel-sized hail. Hi, Lola. How are we doing today? Any rain over by you? The rain is getting closer to me. The rain is getting closer, but it's not here yet. Who knows? If the tornado threat still stays relatively small, I might do like, if it gets here fast enough, I might do a storm chase. I haven't decided yet. It would most likely just be porch chasing. I'll probably just stand on my porch with my phone. Storms in Kentucky look like they're about to die. All I'm going to get is probably rain and lightning. Yeah, that's good. You know, to be honest, we've had some scary moments today, like this area up here where we had multiple tornado reports and a lot of damage reports. But other than that, you know, we've only had one damage report here, another damage report just west of Nashville, Tennessee, and a couple damage reports just south of Montgomery, Alabama. But I mean, so far it's been, you know, relatively chill, except for up here. Up here went absolutely crazy for like just a little bit. Like, and this wasn't supposed to be in the tornado race. There was a Lola, there was potentially up to 6 tornadoes just to the east of you. I was scrambling to get live. It was a struggle because it was the storms down here, which is what I was concerned about. They weren't gonna fire until like now, and so, you know, that was my plan going to sleep last night. It's like, okay, I'm gonna wake up and plan to stream in the middle of the day. Then all of a sudden we start getting tornado warnings up here, and I was not prepared at all. I was not. That didn't show up on the models. It just happened out of the blue. It will be interesting to see if these confirm or not. And we will know that probably by tomorrow or the next day. But as of right now, it seems like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. So we do have some hailers out there. You know, we do have some gusty winds, lots of lightning with these storms. But in terms of the tornado threat, I'm just not seeing anything really starting to pick up here. So we'll have to wait and see. Probably going to be a little bit more of a chatting time for right now. So if anybody's got any questions, you know, about tomorrow, there is a 2% risk. We'll go look at tomorrow real quick. There, we'll go to severe weather. We'll turn to the tornado probabilities. Here we are looking at tomorrow. And we do have a 2% risk for tornadoes tomorrow in Richmond, Virginia, Washington. Were the tornadoes warned? Yes, they were warned. He said there would be severe weather in Minnesota. Yes, there was supposed to be severe weather in Minnesota, but I don't think that ended up confirming. 36 subs from 700. Holy crap. Guys, if you're not subbed to the channel, please consider subscribing. We're trying to hit 700 subs tonight. That is our goal. And we will be one step closer to our ultimate goal, which is 1,000 subs. But here's the models as they start to move in here. This is the most latest model run on the NAM 3K kilometer. And as you can see, these storms start firing near Harrisburg at around 3 p.m. tomorrow, which is right around the peak of the daytime heating. And that'll move through this area. Most likely, if there are any tornadoes, there will be like QLCS tornadoes. No severe weather, we're chilling. Yeah, it happens. You know, like I said, and like I say multiple times, you know, models can be wrong. They do help with general timing. They do help with general information of how the storms could be, but they don't always confirm. And today is another one of those days where they didn't really confirm, especially for Minnesota. And they didn't really, and they definitely didn't predict that tornado, that tiny, small tornado outbreak in Wisconsin. What time did they hit? They hit around like 12. But here we go, 6 p.m. The storm threat really dies down at around 8 p.m. as it moves into New Jersey. Looks like a lot of rain, though. It's going to be moving up possibly into Manhattan. But again, like we were just talking about, you know, this is a model run. These things are wrong all the time, you know. So They give good understanding of like timing. Like the timing of today's storms was perfect. It was like right on time in terms of the models. You know, they started firing at around 12 p.m., just like the model said. But then you had all this go off too, which was just, I still don't get it sometimes. They can be so wrong even just a couple hours before it happens. But that's why I don't call them perfect models. I call them imperfect models or flawed models. But this is kind of the what's going to happen tomorrow. So at around 3 p.m., definitely be weather aware. I would be weather aware just a little bit before then, probably around 1 p.m., just to make sure. Just in case the models do shift or the storms start firing earlier than what's indicated. But 2% risk, so definitely want to be weather aware if you live in Virginia, near Washington, Maryland, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and in just a little tiny corner of New Jersey. It was pouring around 12. Yeah, so that was probably that line moving in into your area that eventually dropped those potential tornadoes. Again, none of them are confirmed. Gonna go back over these storms here. This is the one in northeastern Kentucky. Still got some decent sized hail to it. I'm about to move into waltz and then triplet, so make sure you're indoors and away from windows. If you live in this area in Kentucky, upwards almost to almost a quarter-inch hail here, so in between a quarter and nickel-sized hail. Velocities, there's a little bit of rotation there. Not enough to really concern me too much. Let's go on there. Let me just look at this. Let this roll for a couple more scans just to make sure that this is either a glitch. But it does kind of like a CC drop there, but I mean the rotation isn't really that concerning, but you really don't need it to be. Yeah, I think that is that's a glitch or a contamination there. There is a tornado possible tag on that. Update on the storms in Tennessee here. So you have a big line of storms just moved through Nashville, Smyrna, Murfreesboro, and next in line here as this moves off to the east is going to be McMinnville, Cookville, Tullahoma, then Chattanooga, Crossville, Dayton, probably about an hour and a half from now. And then into the nighttime hours and the overnight hours, we're talking Harriman, Sweetwater, Athens, Oak Ridge, Linear City, Knoxville, Alcoa. But I really do think that this line is going to start dying here pretty soon. We might get a gust front out of some of these Boeing segments. So like here, could have a gust front form there or there, which could prompt a severe thunderstorm warning, but yeah, that happens sometimes, funny family. It's still largely cloudy in northeast Ohio, but no thunder or lightning, much in the way of wind or precip yet. Yeah, you know, like I said earlier, I wasn't really expecting too much up in your area. But down here, that was where like the biggest risk was for Ohio, like right in this area. But most of those storms have died off as the daytime heating has now gone away, which is good news. Looks like we still have, I think it's 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. But Yeah, because remember when we were talking about the models earlier, Proxima, how it kind of indicated that you weren't going to get too crazy of storms, and it ended up confirming. See, sometimes the models are right, but that's the thing, you never know. That's why it's always good to stress, especially to people that don't really have a good understanding of what models are and how they function or how accurate they are. It's always good to stress that, you know, they are imperfect. And it's the lack of data that comes in that causes that. There's winter storm warnings in Alaska? I kind of want to check that out. We have 3 webcams. We have 3 webcams in Alaska. If I see any snow near a webcam, I don't have the winter storm warnings on, but thank you for Jason for subscribing. It really helps out a lot. On the road to 700. Thank you for riding along. I think this is the snow. Yeah, that's the snow. They might have a cam. I see snow on the ground. There is snow, I can confirm. Let me show y'all. Uh-oh. Thank you. Cassandra right now. But there is snow on the ground, so if you like snow, look. Snow. I love snow. Snow's awesome. I like to make a little snowman and walk around. I don't know what it is about walking in snow, but when you like walk in it and then like you hear that crunch, it's super nice. I miss snow too, Liam. You're not alone. We'll miss snow together. That is the latest update there. Uh-oh. How do I close out of this? Ah. There we go. And then we're gonna... It's, again, we were able to see that snow because of Birding Peep. So hop on over to Birding Peep's Twitter really quick if you haven't already, and go follow her. Give her a follow. Her link is in the chat. All right. Very cool. Very, very cool. Never, ever would have found that without her. Ever. I wouldn't have even known the S word. Hey, you live in a place that can get some snow, Proxima. And the update on the storm just north of Tupelo. Looks like there's some hail about to move in. Again, this is in Mississippi. About to move into Moorville. Down the line, Mantachi, Fulton, Van Buren. Again, the winds aren't too heavy with this one, but the hail is pretty intense here, just north of Highway 22, about to cross over Highway 22 into Moorville. This is like $50 sized hail here, so need to take it seriously. If you're driving on Highway 22 and you're watching my stream, turn off the stream, as you're not supposed to be watching your phone and driving. But if you live near Highway 22, definitely want to be indoors and away from windows. And that's all you need to do. You should be safe. I like snow, but I don't like it when it melts. Oh. Yes, I agree. When snow melts, It's the worst, because then that means there's no more snow, no more crunch beneath the feet. Let's go check out this one. So this is that storm that has been lasting for forever, and it's still here. Again, we are over in Arkansas now. And we've been through 65 Ohio winters. That is impressive. It is now going through Hilo, Marsden, you're next in line, and I think that's the only city. Oh, nope, there's Broad, Pine Island Landing, and Godfrey Landing. I want you guys all indoors. This storm's been moving pretty quickly, so you should only need to be indoors and away from windows for the next 30 minutes, but definitely some decent sized hail, upwards to a quarter size with that one in Arkansas. Still, that storm has been going forever. We're going to nickname this storm the Energizer Bunny Storm. Freeze down near Junction Sulphur Ridge Road and Sulphur Well Lick, Kentucky. Ah, yes, that's a new report. So in Reynoldsville, thunderstorm wind gusts caused significant damage to barn and an outbuilding in the Reynoldsville area. At least a couple of very large tree limbs were also brought down by the storm. This storm is packing some winds here as it moves off to the east here. It's moving pretty quickly too. This one did have a tornado possible tag, still has it. Let's look at the rotation on radar here. Not really seeing a lot, but it is moving through Triplet. And if this severe thunderstorm warning continues, we'll be back up to warn the next people in the path of it. That time of year for Alaska, the joy of walking in the snow and hearing the crunch, yes. And it's pretty quiet after the snowstorm. Yeah, because there's no one driving, right? Everybody, the snow comes through and everybody, you know, they hunker down inside because it gets cold and stuff. And yeah, that's another thing, is that nice quiet. Oh, looks like we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning here just south of Hot Springs in Arkansas. Let's go check it out. Yeah, it looks like we do have some hail. Upwards to an inch of hail, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, moving southeast here. Next down the line for this one is Delight, Antony, Okluna, Gurdon. I want you guys all indoors and away from the windows. No, I have, yes. Thank you, Jaden, for that. Anyway, I like talking about snow. It's that time of year. Talk about snow, fireplaces, cold, sweaters. It's pant weather. Just kidding. I like saying sweater weather better. Yeah, that's the most recent updates on these. One thing I do want to do really quick, since we are kind of in between scans here, it looks like most of the action, though, is over here in Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi. This will slowly move into Huntsville in the overnight hours, but you know, that daytime heating should really be gone at around that point. So I'm not really confident that it's going to last all the way in Alabama. We'll have to see. When the snow melts, it can flood. Oh yeah. Yeah, we've had some events where it snowed a lot and then it melts and then enters into the Mississippi River. And it floods downstream. And it's like every day a new city floods when that happens. Because it's rolling down the river, causing the river levels to rise above flood stage. I can't remember the last time that's happened, but definitely is possible. That is the worst part of snow, for sure, when it melts. No one likes it when it melts. For multiple reasons, but the flood ones is definitely the most dangerous reason. What was I gonna do? Right. I was gonna look at Twitter to see if we have any more updates on the views of the storms. Vizer FN, welcome. Can you check West Virginia and what they will get? Absolutely. Absolutely. So here's West Virginia now. There are a couple of storms. West Virginia, as you can see, is right here. A couple of storms over here. One is severe warned. We'll have to see if they let that continue or not. But these storms are mainly moving like this. In this direction. So if I go back here, a lot of this like northern part of the line is really starting to fall apart here as we move into the overnight hours. That daytime heating was what was really keeping it going. So it looks like most of the storms are going to go just north of West Virginia. There was a chance of some more severe weather here, but that is starting to drop off here as we move throughout the day, which is good news for you in Virginia. You could probably expect some rain. And if you live all the way, like if you live like further eastern Virginia near Martinsburg or Romney, you definitely need to be weather aware tomorrow, as you are pretty close to this 2% risk over here of tornadoes. And if that's the case, you know, it could fire earlier, it could fire later, so you need to be prepared for either one of those scenarios. So just depending on where you live in West Virginia, stay weather aware. But that is your update over there in the old West Virginia. I used to live in Virginia myself, close to West Virginia, technically East Virginia. I'm in Mount Storm. Let's check it out. Mount Storm, Virginia. Oh, West Virginia, sorry. There's Mount Storm. Yeah, I mean, around 12 to 1 p.m. there will be showers entering into your area. Some of them may be stronger with like lightning and stuff. They could still be severe. This depends on how it evolves. But you're definitely in that area that needs to be weather aware, you know, between 10 and 3 p.m. tomorrow. 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. tomorrow. Just depends on where that line forms and where it really starts to strengthen. Yep, no problem, Veezer. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Gonna be right back. All right. Can you get a forecast for Irvine, Kentucky? Absolutely. Irvine. My little hand is right over Irvine here. So you live in this area. So for you, the rain's about to start moving into you. Some of these, you know, will be a little bit stronger, but I don't think any of these storms are going to be severe. We're just going to have light to moderate rain, possibly some brief periods of heavier rain, maybe a couple lightning strikes. Thank you, Mark, for subscribing. Maybe a couple lightning strikes over in Irvine, but nothing severe, I don't think. And that'll be moving out of your area within the next 3 to 4 hours. And then you'll be dry and sunny after that, after the cold front moves in. Let's go check back in on these severe thunderstorms. This one near Tupelo is still dropping some decent hail. And if you live in Greenwood, Van Buren, or Fulton, still need to be indoors away from windows. That's Tupelo, Mississippi, by the way. Still in Mississippi, just west of Meridian. Looks like we did have some storms move through Newton. Small hail upwards to an inch, so that's quarter-sized hail. There are 2 yellow. Yeah, so those don't necessarily mean anything. It just, so on those radar apps, it's like an algorithm that looks at the storm and tries to figure out if there's rotation. And what the algorithm is hopefully looking at is the velocities. And so there is some very broad rotation over here. It's just south of Manatee. But the thing is that in order to be like concerned about a storm, you want to see bright red. So that is, you know, this color up here. So if you like, all right, so if you look at the top of the screen here, you can see this. It would be like this red, bright red to orangey color next to, like directly next to, like touching, next to like a bright green to light blue color here. And this is just my radar. Every radar is different. with different color schemes, but with my radar, that's what you're looking for. And so far, the only colors touching are really, really faint red and green, which does not indicate any concerning rotation. But definitely some decent winds with this, and hail. So you definitely need to be indoors away from windows, and you will be safe from that one. I want to bring back up the tornado risk over in this area. Yo. Yeah, it seems like almost all the storms that have fired here have died. So, you know, my personal opinion is that this area that has a 5% risk is not as unstable as it was earlier today, and that risk is starting to drop off, which is good news. Again, we're trying to make it to 700 subscribers. If you're watching right now, please consider hitting that subscribe button, as that helps us in our bigger goal of getting to 1,000 subscribers, which will allow us to monetize, which will allow us to be live more, as we will be able to actually make money off the views that we get on YouTube. Those are YouTube guidelines, not mine. But I appreciate everybody that's subscribed so far, and all the ones that come in the future. Thank you, Bonnie. Yeah, sorry, sometimes it tells me when somebody subscribes, and sometimes it doesn't. Oops. It's weird. I really like the main, like, and like, to be honest, not a lot of these severe thunderstorms are like super concerning. I mean, we do have some hail, but like I've been saying, if you live in Poplar Springs, Mount Vernon, Hickory, Liberty, all you need to do is be indoors and away from windows, and you'll be all right. 30 more subs until 700. That's crazy. I can't believe. Like, we've gained almost 60 subs today. Thank you to all the new subscribers and all the OG ones. You guys are really helping the channel grow, and I really appreciate that you guys trust me with this, with communicating this important information to you. And we're going to be doing this forever. He's saying getting hooky near Tupelo. Yeah? A little bit. Kind of got a hook shape. The rotation is still very broad on this one, though. So although it looks the part, and reflectivity and the velocity, it is not necessarily looking. Yeah, it's mainly, I wouldn't call it an illusion, but, you know, storms can take on any form or shape, and yeah, the velocity is very broad and weak. Yeah, I wouldn't call it an illusion, but I would call it yeah, just a random shape. You know, storms take random shapes, although, to be honest, if any storm can form rotation and drop a decent, or not a decent, but a small tornado, it would be the one on the southern end here. But, you know, it just really seems like something here is not lining up correctly, and these storms aren't really able to form any tornadoes, which is great news. Absolute great news. Thank you, Marilyn, for the $40 donation. Guys, that is $110 so far this stream and donations. I am super grateful for that. Like, y'all have no idea. That really helps. I'm gonna be able to pay some bills that I haven't been able to pay, which is extremely helpful, and I really, really, really appreciate it. You know, for a couple days, I won't have to worry about getting groceries or putting gas in my car, and I really appreciate that. Oh, we got Peter Griffin in the chat. How bad do you think hurricane season was so far? Bad. I would say my opinion is that it was bad. You know, it wasn't one of those record-breaking in numbers, but I mean, all you need is one big one, and unfortunately, we got that one big one. Hurricane Ian was a devastating hurricane, and yeah, I mean, it just sucks that happened. I was live for the whole time, and my heart dropped as it kept on strengthening. I'll tell you what, because I know what some of these storms can do. I've been on the ground during some tornadoes. Never been on the ground though with hurricanes, but I understand what the families, what people go through, how traumatic it is, how long the cleanup process takes. Go down here into Louisiana, just north and east of Alexandria. Got possibly some small hail here. It looks like that we've had a report here of 2-inch hail. Yeah, Cassandra, it took me, so that's going into Jenna, Blade, Kane, Roten. You are in the path of the storm. Just be indoors, away from windows, and you should be all right. But yeah, Cassandra, that took me like 3 or 4 days after that to like fully recover my voice and everything. Yeah, and a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. Thank you, Jaden. Yes, and 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. This storm is no joke. This is wind-driven hail. So essentially, if you have vinyl siding with hail that's this big going this fast, it can leave holes in your house the size of a fist. It can break windows. So I definitely don't want you near a window. I want you indoors, but you should be okay. I can't guarantee your window's safety or your car's safety, unfortunately, but just be indoors if you're in Blade, Kane, Reinhardt, Roten, if you're in the path of this storm. Dog's eating the bone. Sounds funny. Yeah, for the most part, though, it seems like the severe weather threat is slowly starting to die down. We have no more severe weather in Kentucky, no more in Ohio, no more in Tennessee, although there is still this line here. You know, it's because there's no severe weather. Doesn't mean there's no weather. And there's a big line of rain here, possibly some smaller hail that'll be tracking throughout eastern Tennessee tonight and into the overnight hours. Some place in Alaska is supposed to get 12 inches of snow. Lucky. And then over here in northern Alabama, you know, there's a pretty weak line of storms here. Let me look at the velocities here. Yeah, you know, gusts of wind upwards to 30 to 40 miles per hour. So, you know, you live in Huntsville, Scottsboro, Gunnersville, Fort Payne, or anywhere in between, just be indoors when this passes through. That's all you need to do. Stay, and you know, you can even look out your window. I don't think there's going to be any hail or major flying debris with this. If you live in an area with crappy electrical systems like I do, it could knock out the power, potentially. So we might have to end the live stream before that happens. We still got some big hail over here near Tupelo. Upwards to $0.50 size hail, dropping near Fulton. Oh, not near Fulton. I guess it's on Highway 22 near Dorsey, West Fulton. This is Mississippi again. 20 more subs to go. I don't think we're gonna get there, Jaden. I'm not gonna be live for much longer. I don't think we're gonna get there, to be honest. The severe threat's really dying down here, which is great news. I think we've reached mainly the end of today's coverage. I'll probably be, you know, if you guys want to chat for a little bit, we can chat. We can go over models for tomorrow if anybody's interested in learning about the threat for tomorrow. We'll definitely probably hit over 700 tomorrow, though, I think. Thank you, Blaze. I appreciate that. We are live for any tornado risk. We don't care about the algorithm. The algorithm can kiss our ass. Every severe weather event is important. We obviously can't cover them all. My voice would just be absolutely destroyed. But every tornado threat, whether it's a 2%, 5%, we are live. Yes, you were interested. All right. We have some interest in tomorrow's weather. So let me get that set up really quick. Gonna go over here. Do a model run. We'll also talk about the rest of today as well. Here we are at 2 p.m. Right now it is 6:19. So moving this forward. Ooh, gotta wait for it to load. Okay, loaded. Okay, so that's 5 p.m. What's the time? 6 p.m. Central. Again, the time is up here. This is in Central. You see, the storms are actually quite farther ahead of schedule here. But for the rest of the day, going into the overnight hours, it's basically going to be a line. It's going to be not really severe. Possibly some gusty winds, definitely some lightning going into Mississippi, Birmingham, and traveling through Louisiana. It really breaks up and dies here at around 4 a.m. right after it passes through Birmingham. Now, going into tomorrow, up here in the Northeast. As you can see, the line does start to form here pretty early, but, you know, it looks like it might get a little convective burst here as it goes towards Morgantown, but that doesn't seem realistic to me, as, you know, the daytime heating is gone and you're not going to get some random heat injecting into these storms in the early morning hours, but it's possible. So, you know, if you live in central West Virginia, be aware that you might be woken up in the morning at 8 a.m. tomorrow by some lightning. Going into the afternoon hours, this is lunchtime, 12 p.m. starts to move. That line starts to move over Romney, and it starts to push in through New York into Pennsylvania. And this is 3 p.m. So this is right around probably when I'm gonna go live tomorrow if everyone stays. Oh, you were live earlier. Nice, Blaze. How'd the stream go? Yeah, the line goes all the way down through Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, New York, and this is 3 p.m. So I'll be live probably around 3 p.m. Right before it moves in this 2% risk. Unless there's some tornado warnings before, then I'll be scrambling to go live again like I did today. And it's going to move through Virginia, Maryland, into that 2% risk, which is this little green circle here of tornadoes. So that's a 2% risk of tornadoes there. And it'll be out of that area at around 9 to 10 p.m. And then after that, it's just kind of a rain risk over in Massachusetts, Connecticut, you know, Rhode Island, Manhattan, and then that rain goes all the way up into Vermont and New Hampshire and even into Maine. Lots of rain. Possibly some, you know, isolated flood threats up here. I wouldn't be surprised if we got, you know, some flood threat up here in New England area. And then by Friday, oh wow, and the rain comes back. Huh. If this model run confirms, which who knows? But if it does, it looks like there could be a flood threat for Maine. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, that is the rundown for the rest of this storm. And if I zoom out, you can see this is all there is. Oh, and also, let's do one more little thing here. I was looking at this earlier. Go to precipitation type. Check this out. If you live in Minnesota, I've got some good news for you. Look at that. Snow! Lots of it. So it should start around Thursday, 12 a.m. And then it's going to pick up. Looks like there could be a pretty heavy band of snow just east there of Grand Forks. Rainy at times in St. Paul. And then really picks up right around Thursday at 1 to 2, really all the way through Thursday after 1, and then going into Friday, you see the snow really starts to pick up as it moves through in the early morning hours on Friday. And then it will end. It'll become spotty with some flurries in Minnesota. Also, North Dakota is going to get in on the action, and all that snow moves into northern Wisconsin. So, you know, that's nothing to scoff at. It's a decent amount of snow. Let's go look at see what the models are saying for total snowfall here. Bring that all the way out here. So let's go here. It's like, you know, you could have little pockets of 3 to 4 inches. Now, this is not definite. Snowfall totals are so hard. If there's anything that models suck at the most, is snowfall total estimates. So take these all with a grain of, you know, with a grain of salt. But as you can see, really anywhere just north of this line that I'm going through right now is going to see upwards to an inch. You know, over in northern Minnesota, upwards to possibly 7 inches of snow. We'll see if that confirms. That's I mean, this could confirm as you get the, you know, that lake effect. I doubt it's going to be 18 inches. But yeah, this is what I'll say. Definitely some snow is coming. For Minnesota, North Dakota, and Wisconsin, which is crazy. We'll see if this confirms. Let's look at the temperatures. I did this earlier. Go to here, then we'll switch back over to the models. There we go. Now we got the temps up. Whoa, thank you again, Proxima, for the $50 donation. Holy crap, that's $100 that you have given during this stream. Thank you so much. That greatly helps out the stream, helps me out. And you know, eventually we are going to be building a team here of some sorts. Still working on it in the background, but that definitely helps, and I totally appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. I'm really bad at thanking people, so sorry if I'm not good with the reactions, but I definitely do appreciate it, and I'm glad that you trust me that much with your coverage, that you feel like supporting me, because it definitely helps. 12-year-old can be in. Oh. Thank you for believing in me, then. Okay, so here are the temps. This is Friday at 4 a.m. when it gets pretty cold here. Looking around 30, 27 degrees over in Iowa and in Minnesota, going into Wisconsin. Upwards just above or just below freezing here, going down into northern Illinois and northern Indiana. Looks like we still have, we're going to do one more checkup on the severe thunderstorms, and then that will eventually probably be it. Sorry, I forgot what I was saying. I got blank-minded still thinking about that $50 donation. Thank you. That's extremely generous of you. Ever seen a 90-mile-per-hour gust? Tag? I think there has been one. I think there's a derecho a couple years back that had that on there. A 90-mile-per-hour wind gust. Tag. Let's find the nearest radar to this one. Yeah, just, small hail now. Gusty winds, but, if you live in the path of... So I'm going to name everybody that's in the path of these storms, and that's probably going to be it for tonight's stream. So if you live east of Tupelo... Well, hold on. Let me look at this one again on the velocity. Yeah, not impressive. Okay. If you live east of Tupelo near Van Bruin, you need to be indoors away from windows. That's it. That's all it takes. Oh, there's been a 100-mile-per-hour tag. Wow. That's crazy. This severe thunderstorm, just south of Newton. Again, we are in Mississippi, south and west of Meridian. There's some small hail with this one. Gusty winds. If you live in New Fellowship, Rose Hill, you need to be indoors away from windows. It's really all you need to do. Let's see. We're now in Louisiana, just north and east of Alexandria. Some pretty big hail with this. 1-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. The hail could be a little bit bigger, but we are pretty down south here, so the upper levels probably don't really support bigger hail as it's warmer as the more you go south. So it's probably 1-inch hail tag is accurate. It could be a little bit bigger, but if you live in Trout, Jenna, Webb Quarters, Roughton, Blade, White Hill, Kane, looks like Blade, Kane, and White Hall are going to get hit twice by these hailstorms. So just make sure you're, in your house, away from windows. Did I get a little dyslexic there? Yeah, I did. It's not moving that direction. Sorry. Got a little bit dyslexic there. So that's Roughton, and then anybody along 503 Nickel and 126 State Route. Just make sure you're indoors away from windows, and you'll be fine. And the people that are like just north here in this little corner, you have just enough time. What are you doing? The dog's acting all funny. Just enough time to put your car away. But you better do it quick. Put your car in the garage. And then last but not least, over here in Arkansas, this severe warned thunderstorm is dying. Had earlier reports of 1-inch hail, but I don't think that's the case anymore. But, you never know. It could reorganize. So if you live near Halfway, Smyrna, Love Creek, Okolona, Garden, and Bernie, make sure that you are indoors away from windows. And everybody, that is it for today's stream. Thank you for watching. Please consider subscribing. We are almost at 700. We almost hit it today. I was not even expecting to get near it. Again, thank you, Proxy. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, Marilyn, for the very generous donations. If you could leave a like before you go and hit the subscribe button before you go, that'll be greatly helpful. Thank you, Jaden, Blaze, Liam, Blondie, Cassandra, and everybody else that chatted today. It was great talking to you. If anything, it's nice that I can do these live streams and not just be talking to myself the whole time. But anyways, again, thank you for watching. Everybody have a safe rest of the night, and I will be live tomorrow, probably sometime around the afternoon hours. But yeah, see you later.